So I'm adjourning the regular meeting to 6 o'clock.
Sorry, Mayor. Joanne corrected me
To
on that.
recess?
It's a recess.
Thank you.
not adjourn.
That's
That's easier for her.
Okay, so tonight I am convening the regular and special meeting scheduled tonight and recessing the regular meeting to 6 o'clock. Madam Clerk, will you take the roll, please?
Yes. Councilmember Duncan?
Here.
Councilmember Ferguson is absent. Councilmember Noblock?
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem James?
Here.
And Mayor Ward.
Present. Do we have any public comments for closed session?
We do not.
Okay, so council, I will entertain a motion to adjourn to a special meeting closed session.
Sorry, Mayor, before you do that, could I just announce that under item B and C, there is one case in each category that involves TCA and development impact fees.
All right, thank you, City Attorney. So we have a motion by Councilmember, Mayor Pro Tem James, and a second by Councilmember
I think it
Noble.
was,
Oh, I already said it, so we're going to
Okay,
stay with
got it.
that order. Thank you.
Okay, so who made the motion?
Mayor Pro Tem James?
Seconded by Councilmember Noblock?
Yes, almost instantaneously.
Okay.
we're getting good.
Councilmember Duncan?
Aye.
Councilmember Noblock?
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem James?
Aye.
And Mayor Ward.
Aye.
Carries 4-0.
All right.
Hello? 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 Okay. Ouch. Ouch. Hello?
Mr. Brower, I think we're ready.
Stream is live.
All right, I'm going to call the meeting of May 18th, 2021 to order. Madam Clerk, will you please take a roll call
Yes.
vote?
Councilmember Duncan,
Here.
Councilmember Ferguson,
Here?
Councilmember Noblock,
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem James,
Here.
and Mayor Ward.
Present. Councilmember Duncan, will you please lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance?
Yes.
Please stand for the Pledge of Allegiance.
I pledge allegiance to the flag
Of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. And tonight we don't have an invocation. Madam Clerk, before we start our meeting, there was something that we were going to do at the end of our meeting today, but we see the family of Bill Hart here, so that we would like to do it at the beginning of the meeting.
And so if I may just say a few things.
Could you please speak into the mic?
Sure, sorry about that. If I could just say a few things. Over the past 4 years, Bill Hart has become a great friend of mine. But for me to say that doesn't put me in any special category. Bill Hart was a friend to every person in this town. And he was an amazing individual. The hours he has dedicated to this city, to this community, to the people of the city are absolutely unparalleled. It's amazing. He's an amazing individual. I just want to go over a few things that he has been involved in over the past 25 years. Derail the trail, the Watershed Task Force, the General Plan Advisory Committee, the Coastal Advisory Commission, recently, Friends of San Clemente, and PierPride. And that doesn't include his involvement with the Scouts. His sons, Andy and Rob, are sitting here in the corner today. They went to Scouts with their father. The only negative thing I would have to say about Bill Hart is he's a Raiders fan. But well, I wasn't able to convince him otherwise. He bled silver and black. And also, this is so hard. I could talk about all the things that he's done for the community, but the thing that's most important is his devotion to his wife, Christy, and to his 2 sons. His devotion to family was amazing as well. Christy has asked me to bring up one thing, and it's gotten me into the habit of it, and that is giving blood. While Bill was ill, the last I heard, he had received 35 units of blood. And the one thing Bill wanted everyone to do was donate blood. Not necessarily in his name, just donate blood, so other people in need of blood could benefit from that. For me, I now have it on my calendar once a month to go to Hogue in Irvine and dedicate a unit of blood. And if just a few of us would do that, that would make Bill very happy. And the last thing I'm going to say, and then I'm going to ask for a moment of silence. The last thing I'm going to say is over the weekend, when Bill's friend, my friend, Kenny Nielsen, called on Saturday morning and told me that Bill's time on this earth was going to be short, it compelled me to do a little research. And I'm going to paraphrase something. And for those of us who are baby boomers or older, we might remember a British actor by the name of James Mason. On his headstone, I'm paraphrasing. I'm going to use Bill's name. Never say in grief that Bill is gone. Rather, say in thankfulness that we are grateful that we had Bill. and we knew Bill. And I think Bill would want us to remember him that way. And with that, everyone, I'm going to call for a moment of silence. At that point, the mayor will have a presentation to Christie. And so if we could just bow our heads and be thankful for what we all have and remember Bill. Thank you.
So Mayor Pro Tem, we are going to adjourn this meeting in Bill Hart's memory and honor him. But because the family is here, I would like to say what we are going to say at the end of the meeting for their benefit, and ask Madam Clerk that these comments be added to the end of our meeting at adjournment for the record. San Clemente lost Bill Hart, a community icon, on May 15th, 2021. For 22 years, Bill worked to make San Clemente a better place to live, work, and play. Bill was especially devoted to maintaining the quality of San Clemente's beaches and ocean, as was demonstrated by his long-term service on the city's Coastal Advisory Committee, Watershed Task Force, and his contributions toward the creation of San Clemente's Beach Trail, with such efforts known as Derail the Trail, Derail the Rail, which for most people, if you don't know that stopped the double tracking of the railroad on our coastline. In addition to his coastal advocacy, Bill served his community tirelessly on the city's Wall of Recognition Committee, Public Safety Task Force, and he co-chaired the General Plan Advisory Committee, and that's where I first met Bill Hart. Bill recently served as Friends of San Clemente and on PierPride. Bill's heart was always to his family, Scouts, and of course, the Raiders. I extend heartfelt condolences to Bill's wife, Christy, and his two sons, Bob and Andy. Your sorrow is shared by many. This meeting is being adjourned in the memory of Bill Hart. And Mayor Pro Tem, would you like to go with me to present flowers from the city too? All right, Madam Clerk, what is our next item?
The next item is the roll call. Well, we already did that, I believe.
Yeah.
Okay, next item is the toll road update.
I'm sorry, do we have any presentations before that? I'm looking for my, hold on.
You could do the special presentations first.
Since I'm seeing everyone here, can we do that first?
Yeah.
Okay, so I'm going to go ahead, council, and go to the podium.
Okay.
For that, it's a little different.
Okay. The first is a presentation of a proclamation for National Beach Safety Week. Presentation of proclamation to marine safety.
Okay, I'm seeing Marine Safety Officer Ian Burton is with us. We haven't been doing this where we're at the podium. This is our first time. And I would just like to read the proclamation that the city is providing, and then see if Mr. Burton would like to make any comments. The proclamation states, whereas the beautiful coastal beaches of San Clemente represent a world-renowned recreational resource, and whereas residents and visitors alike are drawn to these beaches by the millions each year for water and beach activities, and whereas the aquatic environment has dangers that can be effectively managed through public awareness and the vigilance of professional lifeguards. And whereas for reasons of public safety, an annual reminder of the joys and hazards associated with the aquatic environment are appropriate at the commencement of the busy summer beach season. And whereas residents and visitors alike must remember to learn to swim, swim near a lifeguard, swim with a buddy, check with the lifeguards, use sunscreen and drink water, obey posted signs and flags, keep the beach and water clean, learn rip current safety, enter water feet first always, and wear a life jacket. Now, therefore, I, Kathy Ward, the Mayor of San Clemente, acting on behalf of the City Council and the citizens of San Clemente, do hereby proclaim May 24th through May 31st, 2021 as National Beach Safety Week, and urge all residents and visitors using our beaches to enjoy themselves at the beach this year while taking appropriate measures to protect themselves and their children. And I would ask Marine Safety Officer Burton, do you have any comments to make?
Thank you very much, Mayor Ward and council members. Sounds like that plaque pretty much had my entire speech verbatim. So stole a little bit of my thunder there, but thank you so much for taking the time to recognize National Beach Safety Week. The lifeguards down here in San Clemente, we're gearing up for an exciting summer. We're looking forward to the warmer weather and warmer ocean temps ahead. So thank you so much for recognizing us. And obviously it's our pleasure to serve the community and our visitors that we get each year. So if I can just highlight 3 safety tips for all beachgoers. Obviously the rip current awareness and knowing how to escape rip currents is key. But we always encourage folks to come down. And if you're gonna swim, swim near an open lifeguard tower. We even encourage folks to come over and talk to the lifeguard. Ask the lifeguard if you're new to the area, where's a safe place to swim? Maybe there's a better spot to surf or boogie board. Also know your limits. And then last but not least, alcohol in the ocean don't mix, so please swim sober. And thank you again for taking the time to recognize us. And we look forward to a safe and enjoyable summer. So thank you.
Thank you very much. We're going into Memorial Weekend, and this is the start of it, and it's exciting this year to be able to welcome everyone back. At this time, I would like to ask our staff from Public Works to come up. Probably ask you to say something also if you want to. So the City of San Clemente, we would like to recognize our Public Works Department and all the work that you do. And we're going to declare this week, May 16th through 22nd, National Public Works Week. It's very true that if without Public Works, our city would collapse. You all keep everything running. There's a lot to our city, and we all know what you do, but I don't think everyone else does. And they just wonder how it all happens. But at the end of this, I'm going to ask everyone to reach out to you. So the proclamation, whereas the City Public Works and Utilities Departments focus on providing infrastructure, facilities, and maintenance services that are of vital importance to a sustainable and resilient community and to the public health, high quality of life, and well-being of the people of the City of San Clemente. Whereas the city's infrastructure, facilities, parks, beaches, utilities, and maintenance services could not be provided without the dedicated efforts of public work professionals who make up the Public Works Department and the Utilities Department. And whereas it is in the public interest for the citizens, businesses, and civic leaders in the City of San Clemente to expand their knowledge of and to maintain an ongoing interest and understanding of the importance of public works and public works programs serving our community. And whereas the year 2021 marks the 61st Annual National Public Works Week, sponsored by the American Public Works Association. Now, therefore, I, Kathy Ward, the Mayor of San Clemente, do hereby proclaim May 16th through 22nd, 2021 as National Public Works Week and encourage all citizens to join with representatives of the American Public Works Association and government agencies throughout the country in recognizing our public works professionals, engineers, managers, and employees for the contributions they make to protecting our city's health, safety, and quality of life. And I would like to give you this proclamation and thank you for all that you do. And I'm just going to ask the public that anytime you see our trucks or our guys out and they're digging a ditch somewhere and trying to fix a water line, anything like that, give them a shout out and a wave because they're working hard to keep the city going. Is there anything that you'd like to add?
Yeah, I just want to say
Mayor Ward, and members of the City Council. Thank you very much for this acknowledgement. I'm just a very small part of an awesome team in the Public Works Department. And on behalf of everyone in Public Works, I just want to say thank you for this acknowledgement. And I can assure you that we'll continue to do our best as we serve the members of the San Clemente community, as well as fellow city staff members. Thank you very much.
Great. Thank you. It's nice to see you guys out.
And Mayor, if I may, just to point out, because they're probably a little shy, we have Steve Fritsch, who was present. He is our maintenance inspector coordinator in our Public Works Maintenance Division. And then Tyler Langill, who is our utility mechanic too, as well. And Steve, I want to give a shout out because the pier bathroom was Steve's project, and he worked with PierPride. And while I agree Steve's comments, it takes a team to be successful. I appreciate Steve being here today because he really helped in that project. And Tyler is instrumental in maintaining our utilities department and making sure that things are running correctly. So two perfect candidates to be here today. So I thank you both, gentlemen.
Thank you.
Okay, Mayor, did you now want to go in order, or do you want to take the ones involving the public first?
Let's do the ones involving the public first.
Okay, then the next presentation will be a presentation by Mickey Rathman concerning PierPride activities.
Good evening, Mayor Ward, council members, friends and neighbors. My name is Mickey Rathman, and I am a very proud volunteer and member of the board for PierPride. We are a nonprofit organization in San Clemente, all volunteer, and our sole focus is to raise funds for improvement projects and the preservation of one of San Clemente's favorite landmarks, our beautiful San Clemente Pier. So I have a few exciting things to share with you tonight, and I realize I don't have a remote, so let's move it forward. I don't know who I'm supposed to look at for that, but I'm ready for my PowerPoint to go. The first thing that I want to share with you that we're incredibly proud about is over the last 6 years, the things that we've been able to do along with our incredible partnership with the City of San Clemente and local residents. We've been able to professionally paint the pier. We have beautiful educational signs along all edges of our pier, facing north, south, east, west, all the directions. We have fishing line recycling canisters so that those folks who are fishing and do have monofilament to dispose of have a place to put that instead of putting it in the water. Our pier restroom makeover, which we were able to unveil in 2020, despite the fact that we had a pandemic, is something that we're extra proud. And so we echo City Manager Sun's comments about the Public Works team and all the hard work that they did on that project. We are so incredibly grateful. It's a great respite as you head to the end of the pier if nature calls, and it also has some beautiful public art. If you haven't seen it, I highly recommend you make a trip out. It's a great photo-worthy spot, good for Instagram and all those social media spots. A little shout out for San Clemente. We do have a light project that's going to be happening later this year. We did really hope that during PierPride month of 2020 that those lights would be installed. But like many things during the last year, it was really hard to get some certain supplies. So we're excited to see those lights go up this year and have our community be able to enjoy some special holiday lights along our beautiful pier. And then our big project for this year is the Snack Shack. So let's move to our next slide. We have a very lofty goal that we're trying to reach in order to renovate the Snack Shack so that it looks good next to the beautiful bathrooms. We have a fundraiser that launches tomorrow, May 19th. It's called Raise Your Paddle for the Pier. It's a virtual auction that's open and available to all residents and lovers of San Clemente. We have some really neat items that you can bid on. Feel free to advance my slide. I'm really impressed with some of the things that are available. They include some pier art, made by one of our own lifeguards, Mr. Junie, from reclaimed wood from our pier, all the way to incredible barbecues, trips to Hawaii, airplane rides, boat charters, shopping and dining experiences within town, as well as a super neat tour with our favorite journalist, Fred Swagels, in a historic Woody, where you get to learn some secrets and behind the scoop scenes of San Clemente. So those are just a couple of the, I think there's probably more than 100 items that are available for bidding. Some, well, we hope all go for a very high price, but I think there's something for everyone in there. So please feel free to register. You can even register tonight if you want to, so that you're ready when it launches tomorrow. If you go to PierPride.org, you'll be able to click to register to join our incredibly fun Raise Your Paddle for the Pier. Next slide, please. You can keep going. All right, so why did we choose the Pier Shack for our project for this year? After we did the bathroom project, it made it a little more obvious that the snack shack needed some love. So that was sort of one thing that we sort of felt it might be overdue for a facelift, so that it was equally as beautiful, if not more so, than the restrooms. We also felt like giving it a spruce up would be very good for the concessionaire there, that if they had a freshened building and a unique experience and a place for them to operate their business, that people would be even more excited than they already are to shop and dine there. The end of our pier is very iconic, that people love to walk, to look out, to look for dolphins, whales, on clear days to see Catalina. And we really feel like the experience at the end of our pier can be elevated. So with this lofty goal that we've set, we really hope to improve the experience that people have on our pier. Next slide, please. Our approach to these improvements were multifold. We had community input on things that people wanted to see happen there. We had input from the current concessionaire at the Snack Shack, as well as a local group, RSM Design, helped us with sort of some big visioning ideas and things that maybe we wouldn't think of in our own community that other communities are doing, that we could really make that area unique. Next slide, please. So some of the pictures that you'll see coming up are inspirational in nature, that things may not look exactly like these photos, but it's to give you an idea. So we're hoping to have some public art on the Catalina facing of the building, so that as people are out surfing or in their boats looking towards our pier, have something really cool to see, that it isn't all about looking off the pier, that some of it's about looking to the pier. We hope to hide the utility boxes with a unique public art sculpture. It will be a similar process as the council and city saw with the art that we put on the bathroom building, where we will be taking submissions from local artists in the public to be able to have the opportunity to have their art displayed there. Security cameras were a request, lighting. Being able to light the flagpole that's the end of the pier is a really important thing. You may notice that we don't have an American flag flying there, and the reason is because we haven't been able to light it. Pigeon deterrent. I think everyone notices when you go out, the bathroom has no pigeons and the snack shack has a lot of pigeons. So soon both will have no pigeons and they will be hanging out elsewhere. And finally, a beautiful weather vane. Next slide, please. So our pledge and our lofty goal for this year for PierPride is to raise and give the city $75,000 to make these improvements for our pier. We're raising this money in a number of ways. Our auction that starts tomorrow, Raise Your Paddle for the Pier. We've also, through some nonprofit grants that were offered throughout the pandemic, we were recognized for our good work. And so you'll see received $25,000 in grants that will go directly towards this project, as well as having sponsors for some of the improvements that we're making. So there are sponsorship opportunities still available. So any of you out there who are thinking, oh yes, I really want to get involved and I want to sponsor something, you still have the chance. There's rail seating with special bar stools, upgraded game tables, our flagpole lighting, and our public art. Next slide, please. It's everyone that contributes. We're so incredibly thankful on behalf of our volunteer board. We're incredibly grateful for our sponsors and for the community. Our hope for 2021, these are our sponsors who helped us in 2020 to complete our restroom project. Next slide. So you'll see on here, you can register for the Raise Your Paddle for the Pier virtual auction via your smartphone. You can text the word PierPride to 76728. You can also register from your laptop at pierpride.givesmart, and then you can also just go to our website or our Facebook or our Instagram and click on our virtual auction so that you have the opportunity to contribute your great pride in our beautiful landmark. Are there any questions from the council that I might be able to answer?
Go ahead, Mayor Potem.
Is that Don Brown sitting back there?
It is Don Brown, and he is on our board as well, one of our incredible volunteers.
So Don shamed me last year into jumping off the pier with him.
Right.
Now I'm going to shame him this year
Uh-oh,
to
watch
do
out,
it with
Don.
me. And I think my fellow council members,
I'm in.
you're in, Chris?
As long as
Okay.
you're jumping at the same time, Gene.
I'm
I want a lifeguard to be there.
they
Yes.
are there.
All right, we'll get Nick there.
I encourage everyone to jump off the pier at least once in their life. And the scariest part's not jumping off the pier. The scariest part is getting on the boogie board with marine safety and having them pull you with their jet ski. That scared the hell out of me.
So this is, everyone, your one legal opportunity to jump off the pier. So as part of our virtual auction, there are pier jumps that you can bid on. There's also a buy it now button for those of you who are really excited about it. So tomorrow you'll be able to do that. You can all be there together. You can't jump simultaneously. They do jump one at a time. But if members of the council did want to jump concurrently, we fully support that. And if some of you just want to be there to be cheerleaders for other council members who are jumping off, we welcome you
I
as
think
well.
the city manager should be involved in it.
Yes. It'll be great fun, but that's available for our community too. If you've ever wanted to jump off the pier, that's available as one of our items.
And you have an unlimited number of jumps off the pier. It's not like you just have a few, right?
We have been lucky enough to secure multiple, so
Okay.
don't worry. If you want to do it, we're going to find a way to make that happen for you.
Thank you.
Yes,
Thank you very much.
absolutely. Yes, our pleasure. Thank you very much for your
You're
partnership
doing great work.
and
Wow.
support. Thank you.
Thanks, Mickey.
Next is a report from Marissa Espino, Community Relations Specialist, and Warren Whiteacre, Principal Transportation Analyst with OCTA, concerning the South Orange County Multimodal Transportation Study.
Ready? Can you hear me okay?
Yes.
Thanks. Good evening. I am Warren Whitaker, OCTA Principal Transportation Analyst and Study Project Manager for the South Orange County Multimodal Transportation Study, or SOCMITS. And as the mayor indicated, I will be providing an overview of the study along with Marissa Espino, OCTA Principal Community Relations Specialist and Outreach Project Manager for the study. As reflected in this slide, the study considers all travel modes, including emerging technology, to develop a long-term vision for South Orange County. Next slide, please. Last year, an agreement was reached by OCTA, the Transportation Corridor Agencies, and Caltrans to conclude the process of studying toll road extension options in South Orange County and instead advance 3 near-term projects. The non-tolled extension of Los Patrones Parkway to La Plata, shown in blue, widening of Ortega Highway, shown in green, and the southern extension of carpool lanes on I-5 from Avenida Pico to the San Diego County border, shown in purple. Beyond these near-term projects, longer-term solutions were deferred to SOCMITS, this study. Next slide, please. Studies like SOCMITS provide a long-term vision for the transportation system. This study will develop a vision that looks out to the year 2045 and beyond by engaging with stakeholders, analyzing transportation issues and opportunities, and ultimately identifying the locally preferred strategy. Once a locally preferred strategy is approved by the OCTA board, study recommendations can be considered in OCTA's long-range transportation plan and SCAG's regional transportation plan. Projects can then be added to the federal transportation improvement program to fund project level studies and ultimately implementation. Slide 4, please. As illustrated, the study area is generally south of State Route 55 to the San Diego County line. This is the same area that was studied back in 2008 as part of the South Orange County Major Investment Study. Most of the recommendations from the 2008 study have already been implemented or are underway, including the completed carpool lanes on I-5 between San Juan Capistrano and San Clemente, and the current construction project that is adding lanes to I-5 between State Route 73 and El Toro Road. Other notable changes since 2008 include downscaled growth projections for population and employment, a decline in transit ridership, the introduction of transportation network companies, OC Flex, and Measure M community-based transit circulators, as well as widespread use of navigation and traffic apps. More recently, public health directives in response to the COVID-19 pandemic have impacted travel, economic activity, and transit service, but the long-term impacts may not be known for some time. We also need to consider requirements to analyze greenhouse gas emissions and vehicle miles traveled, as well as emerging technologies like autonomous vehicles. Slide 5, please. The study is being completed in 3 phases. The first phase was completed last calendar year, which resulted in documenting transportation issues and opportunities, developing a purpose and need statement, and identifying a set of strategies addressing the purpose and need. Phase 2 is currently underway. During this phase, we'll evaluate the phase 1 strategies and recommend a reduced set of multimodal alternatives. Finally, phase 3 will evaluate the reduced set of alternatives and recommend a locally preferred strategy. We plan to start the 3rd phase this summer, and it is our goal to complete the entire study by late 2021. Slide 6, please. And I'd like to have Marissa jump in here to address our public outreach efforts.
All right, thank you, Warren. Good evening. I am Marissa Espino, an OCTA Principal Community Relations Specialist. I wanted to briefly walk you through the public engagement efforts that we have completed and what we've planned for the next few months. Last fall, we promoted an online survey asking the public to help identify challenges in transportation deficiencies, along with some potential solutions. The OCTA team engaged with residents, stakeholders, local jurisdictions, local elected officials, and partner agencies during the first phase of study. We received 360 survey responses at the time, and the survey results showed respondents would like to see 4 key improvements. Those are reduced traffic congestion, increased frequency and accessibility of multimodal transportation, increased safety and efficiency for all modes of travel, and increased alternative transportation frequency and accessibility. In late May and June of this year, we plan to kick off our 2nd round of outreach to get feedback on the draft transportation strategies. As we did in the first phase, we will promote an online survey that will be available in multiple languages, including English, Spanish, Vietnamese, Korean, and Mandarin. For the online survey promotion, we'll be utilizing social media, blogs, and e-blasts, and we'll also distribute a communications toolkit to all partner cities, including San Clemente, and various organizations. This toolkit will have pre-written language to use for social media posts, blogs, and websites. We also have a telephone helpline, which allows people to call in if they're unable or prefer not to comment online. The helpline enables people to leave comments, ask questions, and take the survey by phone from a live operator instead. In addition, OCTA identified disadvantaged and low-income communities in the South County area, and we plan to mail out postcards to these communities so they directly receive information about the survey, the helpline number, and the upcoming meetings. The online survey, fact sheet, and helpline are available in the 5 different languages mentioned before. We also plan to hold a stakeholder roundtable, an electeds roundtable, and a telephone town hall in June. The electeds roundtable is taking place on June 15th, And the telephone town hall will be on June 17th. And we will be again promoting those dates and times and all the information. That concludes my slide. I will hand it back over to Warren.
Thank you, Marissa. You can actually go back to the last slide before we jump off there because I want to add on a little bit. In addition to the public outreach and emphasizing the consensus building aspect of the study, we are engaging several groups of stakeholders to understand the transportation needs for South County. This includes 2 technical working groups comprised of the cities of South County and the county itself, as well as partner agencies like Caltrans, the Transportation Corridor Agencies, the Southern California Association of Governments, and agencies in San Diego County. In addition, we have engaged with agencies for one-on-one meetings to better understand and address their specific priorities in SOCMITs. Now we can go to slide 7. To establish transportation issues and opportunities in the study area, we evaluated existing, that is, prior to the pandemic, and 2045 conditions if no improvements were made. Looking first at the automobile travel mode, we have identified several key issues. Recurring congestion on highways, but with distinct variations between weekdays, weekends, and throughout the year. And the lack of east-west highways means arterials experience congestion as well. Looking at transit, the relatively low density land use patterns in South County make accessibility by transit challenging. As a result, transit service operates with less frequency as demand is low. Shifting to active transportation, despite a robust biking and walking network, critical gaps in the network remain. Additionally, the roadway network, topography, and long distances between land uses limits the viability of active transportation for many routine trips. Safety is also a concern, especially when cyclists or pedestrians need to negotiate fast-moving traffic. Travel Demand Management, or TDM, looks at ways to reduce vehicle trips, especially during peak periods. We are all now very familiar with remote work and virtual meetings. These types of strategies are especially important for South County, given the long distances commonly traveled and the limited transit options. Slide 8, please. The purpose and needs statement builds on the transportation issues and opportunities and feedback received during the first phase. Namely, the identified needs in the blue boxes include addressing land use patterns in a transportation network that favor driving, growing travel demand on a constrained transportation system, environmental and economic sustainability challenges, and planning for evolving travel behaviors. For each study need, several purposes which respond to those needs have been identified. The purpose and needs statement is used to develop and evaluate strategies and alternatives considered in the study. I also want to highlight that a key underlying study goal is to enhance equity and quality of life. Slide 9, please. This slide provides examples of strategies that are being evaluated on their ability to address the purpose and need. These strategies span from addressing bicycle and pedestrian safety improvements to establishing mobility hubs that improve first, last mile connections between transit services and major activity centers. Likewise, strategies to get more use out of existing roadway capacity through existing and emerging technologies are being considered. Finally, we've seen dramatic changes in traffic since March 2020 due to the pandemic. Strategies that support continued remote work, but also position us for emerging technology might also be considered. This could entail communication infrastructure that also supports connected and autonomous vehicles. Slide 10, please. This slide illustrates how we are evaluating strategies. We have bundled the strategies into 8 groups as shown in green. Again, the intent is to see how well each strategy bundle addresses the purpose and need on its own. These findings will be used to create a menu of effective strategies for consideration in developing the 4 multimodal alternatives shown in orange. The focus of the upcoming round of public engagement effort Marissa described earlier will be on moving from the strategy bundles to the multimodal alternatives. This reduced set of alternatives will then be brought back to the OCTA board for consideration prior to analyzing them as part of the 3rd phase of the study. Next slide, please. Over the next several weeks, we will engage with partner agencies and the public on the results of the strategy bundle screening and ways to combine strategies into multimodal alternatives that address the purpose and need. We will reconvene the stakeholder and elected official roundtables to seek input as we work towards reaching consensus on a set of multimodal transportation improvements for South Orange County. Results of this screening and the proposed set of multimodal alternatives, along with public and partner input, will then be presented to the OCTA board this summer as we pivot to phase 3. Again, the goal is to complete the study by the end of this calendar year with a consensus-based, locally preferred multimodal strategy. I also want to emphasize that this study is looking out to the year 2045 and beyond. With that in mind, the study will focus on long-term needs rather than near-term responses to and recovery from the pandemic. That concludes our presentation. Thank you.
I have a question quickly. When you engage the elected officials again, would you please contact our staff in order to set up those appointments?
Absolutely.
And, yeah, just don't send us elected officials an email because we get like 50 to 100 emails a day. And it would it'd be helpful to go through our staff. You know, I still would appreciate the email, but that can't be the only notice for the stakeholder group.
Absolutely. We'll make sure to do that.
Okay, thank you very much.
One quick comment, if I would.
Yes,
Mayor
go
Ward.
ahead.
Yeah, just want to thank you folks from OCTA for coming here today. It's good to hear from our actual regional planning agency, and we really appreciate your commitment to take local municipalities' interests into account as part of your process. That's not something we see from other agencies like the TCA. Quick question for clarification on the I-5 extension that you discussed.
Grammarly can help you write quickly and.
Okay. On the I-5 extension, are you talking about extending towards the middle of I-5? Is that where these HOV lanes would go, not extending outward into the community?
Yeah, it's in the center base. And so that environmental process is just starting up now. And we will definitely be coming back to you as it progresses through that process and how that would work and the specifics on there and what all specifics are required to be evaluated with Caltrans for that environmental document. But the intention is no additional right-of-way. Everything's within the existing right-of-way.
Okay. Yeah, I know we had some concerns in the community about that, so it's good to hear. Thank you.
No other questions?
I'll just echo Councilmember Duncan's comment. It's great to speak to the real regional traffic planning agency. Thank you for coming here this evening.
Thank you. Very informative presentation. Right.
Okay. The next item is a presentation by Captain Manhart, Chief of San Clemente Police Services, concerning bike safety awareness.
Mayor, City Council, thank you for giving me this time to talk to you guys tonight. I want to talk about an issue that needs our attention in the city. Currently, we have received numerous complaints about bicycle safety issues. And I know that the city has received those complaints as well as the Sheriff's Department. And so what I did is, since January, I just pulled the traffic accidents from January till today. We currently have 11 bicycle traffic accidents that involve other vehicles on the roadway. So that's not including the beach trail. This is on the roadway. Out of those 11 traffic accidents, 8 of them were minor children riding on bikes. And the riders sustained various injuries from anywhere from a complaint of pain to multiple fractures. Fortunately, thank goodness, no fatalities at this time, but this is what we're trying to do is to mitigate that. On that various reasons for the collision, it's been all over the board. It's been the drivers of the vehicles, it's been the riders of the bicycles. Sometimes it's a combination of both. So we're trying to educate the drivers of the vehicles and the bicyclists, the adults, and also the minors on that. So some challenges that we have come up with that we identified. So with minor bicyclists that are on the roadway, all of us, everybody in this room, we got our driver's license. We all took classes. We learned the rules of the road. We were tested on that. And so therefore we know. Matter of fact, there's some adults in the city that don't adhere to that because my motors issue citations on that. The challenge that we have is that we have 12-year-old, 14-year-olds that are riding on the roadway. They don't know the rules of the road. They need to be educated on that. They don't wear their safety equipment. And these are issues that we need to work collectively to try to solve this. One thing that is an absolute constant, bicyclists and motorcyclists on the roadway, whether they are at fault or not, they will always lose. So even if they have the right of way and they know that I'm allowed to be here, if they're not being defensive, that they will lose. Trying to teach a 14-year-old to be a defensive rider is a challenge, but it is something that they need to be aware of because a 3,000-pound car can do a lot of damage on that. So I just want to talk real briefly about some of the efforts that we've done with OCSD and along with the city, what we're doing this month to try to get that education out there. Most important, education is important. It starts with that. What I have done in the past couple months, my motor officers have been directed by me to stop all violators of minors not wearing their safety gear or driving on the roadway, not adhering to the road, the rules of the road. And what they've been doing is they've been calling the parents at the stop and letting them know that their son or daughter were in violation. We did not issue citations at that time, but we're just trying to get the message across. I will assure you, if this trend continues, my motor officers will not be issuing warnings. They're going to issue citations. And so, yes, if a 12-year-old receives a citation on a roadway, that 12-year-old, along with the parent or guardian, will attend traffic court. But it is this, what we have going on here is completely unacceptable. One accident's too many, 11 is unacceptable. We put together a bicycle safety video. Maybe we'll show that at the end. Basically, it was targeted towards the minor riders, maybe if they don't know the rules of the road or the signaling or the safety equipment, and we're just trying to get that out there. I want to give a shout out to our school resource officer. Deputy Rogers has done a fantastic job at the elementary schools and the junior high. She has inspected vehicles, the bicycles. If you're not aware, that so the electric bicycles come in 3 different classes, 1, 2, and 3. Class 3 bicycles are only allowed to be ridden by people that are 16 years and older. And I assure you right now, there are no 16-year-olds in junior high in San Clemente, but there were numerous class 3 bicycles in some of the junior highs. So Deputy Rogers and the school notified the parents that they had these bikes, and there were some excuses of whether it was the siblings' bicycle that the child took on accident or the parents didn't know. I completely understand, but we've got to get that message out there that they can't be riding those. And so she's done a really good job about that. Also, I want to give a shout out to the city. The city has organized on Wednesday, the 26th at the Vista Hermosa Sports Park. We're going to have a bicycle safety rodeo. So we're going to be there. The city's going to be there. We have kind of a course to educate the minors about how to ride the bikes, but we want also at the same time when you register for that at the city's website, we also want the parent or guardian to participate because the whole idea is to get everybody together to educate as best as possible. And finally, the last thing I'm asking for the community's help because what's going on right now is not acceptable. But I can tell you last week I was driving westbound on Pico and I saw a young student riding on a bicycle and the helmet was attached to the rear of the bike. Not a good place for it. It's not going to do anybody any good. Fortunately, my motor pulled that student over, called the parents, but it's multiple times. Also, students believe the bicycles don't have to adhere to the rules of the roadway, so they cross and they think that they're not responsible for that. Completely, that's not the case. So we're just trying to get those messages out there. So I appreciate the time, and I don't know if we can play the video. If not, it's on the city's website. And it's on our social media. So, anybody have any questions?
Captain Manhart, what was the date of that rodeo, the bicycle rodeo at Hermosa?
It's on Wednesday, May 26th.
Thank you.
At 3 to 5.
Thank you.
Captain Manhart, how many do you have at your fingertips the number of citations you've written to minors on bicycles this year, this calendar year?
No, up until this point, we've been educating, we've been calling the parents. So we haven't started that.
And-
My whole goal is for minors is educating, but the problem is the trend is out of control right now. And so it's going to come to a point that we're trying to get the message out there and we're going to transition into enforcement.
I got to tell you, it's terrible. I'm glad you're addressing this. It's not only terrible with the kids, but the adult riders are a hazard as well. And you know, I got to tell you, my biggest fear driving down the road is I'm going to hit a bicycle, because they're a vehicle when it's convenient, then suddenly they become a pedestrian and cross the road in front of you. And I understand under California Vehicle Code, they can take up a lane.
Yes.
You know, but I wouldn't do that. You know.
But if you do, I want you to adhere to the rules of the road.
Exactly. And the last thing I would comment on is, yes, we need to address this, but kids underage in golf carts is a huge hazard as well. You know, baby steps, let's address this, and I appreciate the fact you guys are going to do it. Is it going to be mostly your motors are going to do it, or all your deputies?
All of them will be doing it. But I've tasked the motors specifically in certain areas that we've had numerous complaints to really reduce the risk right now. But yes, absolutely, everybody's going to be.
Thank you. That's all I have, Madam Mayor. Thank you.
Well, I imagine that our bike riders are very surprised to be pulled over by a motor. And that should get their attention, hopefully. What I would ask staff, if for this bicycle rodeo that's on May 26th, we'd like to get as many kids involved as possible. Would it be beneficial to send a notice out to all of the bike shops that are selling the e-bikes?
We can absolutely do that, Mayor.
Possibly. I'm just trying to think of any way that we can get that out so that we have good participation.
School resource officer, Deputy Lindsay Rogers, at all of the schools have posted where the bike racks are, the flyer that you have for the city website. So we're hoping to get a lot of the students at the schools, both the junior highs and elementary schools.
Okay, I appreciate that. I did notice at the high school, there is a lot of e-bike riders going back and forth on Pico. And I was wondering what the school is going to do about that. I was going to call the Principal Carter and ask him if they've installed bike racks for these multiple e-bikes, because, you know, they take up a lot of room. They don't all fit the same as, you know, the other bicycles. The one thing I'm concerned about, city manager and maybe city attorney, is our actual municipal code does not allow for class 3 bikes. We only spell out, isn't it class 1 and 2, or is it class 1 that we don't allow? It's class 3, I thought, that we do not allow because they go over 20 or 25
29
miles an hour. So what are we going to do in that instance? It's not called out in the code. That means it's not allowed.
Let me defer to the attorney. I was going to ask you.
Off the top, I don't remember.
I believe it's type 3 that are called out as not being allowed.
That's what I think also.
Yes.
So those are not allowed in the municipal code. So that might be something that needs to be enforced. When, you know, I don't know how you feel about it. I guess there's a code that over 16 and older in California, they can ride those.
Yes, for the class 3
But
bikes.
I believe municipalities are able to dictate whether those are allowed or not.
Does it say it's prohibited or is it just not mentioned?
It's actually called out as not being allowed. So that means it's prohibited. I believe that's my memory of the zoning.
And I recall that, Mayor. However, we will be coming back to the city council based on the direction of creating that, I'm going to say the web portal for submitting complaints or near misses as it relates to e-bikes. So when we come back to the council with that, we'll also have other code options for amending for the council to look at depending on the action that the council takes at that time.
Okay, please look into that because it was specifically called out as not allowed. And that might be why we're having so many additional problems, because we have a more powerful bike, you know, on our
We're
roadways.
having bicycle problems all the way around, and it's just
No,
not,
I know.
it's just not the class 3. It's all.
No, I agree. I just don't want, if we're having within our city that's being sold at any of our businesses that we have control over, that has to stop, or we need to talk about amending our code.
Understood.
So, okay, I just wanted to bring that up. So are we
Captain
going to
Man-
show the video or not? Was that part of the program? No.
Leisure of the council. If we had it queued up, if you'd like to see it, or we
I'd
can
like
put it
to
on.
How long
I'd
is
like
it?
to-
Captain Manhart, Miss Massey has a question. So when you finish, if you could address her question.
Okay, how long is the video?
I don't know. How long is it?
I think it's 2 minutes.
I have a quick comment as well. But Mayor Ward.
Okay, go ahead.
I was going to, oh, no, I'll let Jiffy go first.
First of all, I have no opinion on stopping that. That would be something that the city council and the city would work on. The city wants to ban them, that's up to the city. That has nothing to do, and I'm not gonna weigh in on whether they should be there or not. That's not my right.
All right, Captain, thank you very much for that presentation, and we appreciate the effort that the Orange County Sheriff's are making to provide safety for vehicle drivers and the bike riders. Appreciate that.
Just
Go
a couple
ahead.
comments.
Yes.
One, I toured San Clemente High School with Chris Carter last week, and he made a point that they are putting more bike racks in there that they've seen as kids have come back to school, more and more e-bikes, and they're accommodating those. Their biggest thing is nobody's locking the e-bikes up. So people could just take off with them. Like the kids, along with putting the helmet on the back, aren't locking the bikes up. But Captain Manhart, as a father of 3 young children, I appreciate your efforts here with the bike riding. I'll be at the bike rodeo with my son, so looking forward to that. Mayor Ward, if you'll indulge me on something a little off topic, but I see Captain Manhart here. It reminds me, as we memorialize Bill Hart, how passionate he was about public safety. And one of the things he always mentioned to me was how much he supported the Citizens Academy. I think we're going to be bringing it back, and well, I might suggest that we name the Citizens Academy after Bill Hart, if that's something we can do. So we can put that
We can
off
talk
for
about
another
that.
meeting, but I just wanted to bring that up as we have Captain Manhart here.
We can talk about that. I attended that academy with Bill, who I could say was a very good shot when we went to the training center. So anyway, that would be something I think to bring up
Sure.
under council comments and for next year's budget, probably in the budget hearing. Thank you, Captain Manhart.
Thanks, Ed.
Okay, so Madam Clerk, I believe we're, okay,
We're
let's
at
go
the
back
toll-
to A.
Yes.
Okay.
This is the toll road update.
Okay, and I believe that because we're under the toll road update, there was a want of the council to move an item that we have further in the agenda, 8B, up to this moment in time. So if anyone is wishing to, I'll need a vote of that to move it first.
So moved.
So there's a motion. Is there a second?
Second.
Second by Councilmember Duncan to move 8B to the toll road update.
Councilmember Duncan,
Aye.
Councilmember Ferguson,
Aye.
Councilmember Noblock,
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem James,
Aye.
and Mayor Ward.
Aye.
Carries 5-0.
Okay, so for the public, we're going to take up item 8B now under the toll road update. If anyone wants to speak on 8B and you haven't put in a card, please do so now. And City Manager, I believe you're under under, for this item.
The toll road update.
Yes.
So,
Well, it's a toll road update, but we're moving 8B to it. So it's withdraw from the Transportation Corridor Agency's joint exercise of power agreement.
absolutely. Thank you, Mayor. So based on the Transportation Corridor Agency's board meeting of last week, if you remember, the city of San Clemente voted to initiate the withdrawal process, but as part of that request, the city council asked for the TCA to waive the 120-day period to withdraw from the TCA, as well as we asked for all of our DIF obligations or developer impact fee obligations in the event of withdrawal. At that TCA board meeting of last week, the board voted to waive the 120 days for the withdraw from the TCA, but there was the condition that you, the city council, would make a decision at today's meeting as to whether you wanted to initiate that withdraw from the toll road agency. And so before you today, you have that information in the staff report, but you have the option or two action options. Is one is to withdraw from the TCA and begin that process, or you have the option to not withdraw from the TCA agency. And so I'll end my staff presentation, but answer any questions the council may have.
Is there any questions of staff on this item?
I have a question, Mayor Ward.
Yeah, go ahead.
Thank you. City Manager Sund, has there been any interest in other cities joining San Clemente in a potential withdrawal from the TCA?
Not that I'm aware of.
Okay, thank you. And for the city attorney, there seems to be a little disagreement, I'll call it, but a little different view on these diffs and how they'll be impacted upon the departure from the TCA should the council do that. Could you comment on that, please?
Yeah, Mayor and Council, part of the city's request was that upon its departure, TCA provide an accounting of what remaining collection of diffs is necessary in TCA's eyes to close out existing obligations that the city has. TCA has not provided that accounting, and so we need to talk about pursuing that because I think we're entitled to that. The one thing I can tell you for certain is that the agenda report from the TCA meeting agreed with our position that going forward, TCA could not issue new debt that relies on San Clemente diffs to pay it. So what that existing obligation is, what proportion of the debt TCA thinks is attributable to the city, and how much of that remains outstanding. Unfortunately, we haven't been able to learn yet, but our intent is to get together with them, have them put a finer point on that and provide that to the city.
Okay, thank you very much.
Councilman Fritzen, are you finished?
Yes, with my questions. Yeah, thank you.
Any other council member?
I have no questions. I just have a couple of comments. The city joined the TCA 25 years ago, and the intention of the TCA was to build the 241 and the 73. Well, the 241 was supposed to go around San Clemente, and for a lot of reasons, it did not. And the TCA entered into a settlement with some litigants, agreeing not to go around San Clemente. City of San Clemente was never part of that settlement. That was done without our input.
Well, we voted no.
Yeah,
once we were notified of it the day of.
And like all government agencies, it's taken on a life of its own. It's trying to find a purpose. They've built the two roads. They continue to go further into debt, refinancing and extending their debt out. And it's time for us to get out of it and to be done with them. And I would also note, I've used the number 22-2. The mayor pointed out to me today that we're usually outvoted 26 or 27-2. You can talk all day long about people who are saying we should stay with the TCA and have a voice. Well, you can have a voice, but if no one's listening, it doesn't matter how loud you shout. They don't care. We've tried to play nice with them. We've tried to collaborate with them, and there is a contingent within the TCA that's hell bent on putting a toll road through the middle of our town. And they deny it, but when you really, put their backs to the corner, they will acknowledge that they will not eliminate the possibility of putting a toll road through our city. We're not protecting our city for what's going to happen 10 months from now, but I will tell you we're protecting our city for what very well could occur 10 years from now. And the entire prospect of a toll road coming through our city is completely unacceptable. And we can sort out what the diffs are going to be, but we've been asking about, okay, if we owe you money, if we're accountable for something to you, give us a number. It's been a month. They have not been able to give us a number. Why can't they give us a number? One of the chairs stated the other day in our meeting with the TCA, in which they voted to allow us to leave, that she was concerned that it would impact their credit rating if we left.
Wall Street.
Wall Street, exactly. We don't know enough about what's going on with the finances. So by leaving on the 30th of June, at least we won't be accountable. The city will not be accountable for any further debt that the TCA goes into. And I'll go back to my original point. It's a typical government agency. It's finding reasons to stay alive. It's looking for a mission, and we should not be part of that. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
So council, if you'll indulge me, I have a statement that I'd like to make. I represent the city of San Clemente on the Foothill Eastern, the 241 Toll Road Board, and the Mayor Pro Tem represents the city of San Clemente on the 73, the San Joaquin Hills Toll Road Board. I'm not going to provide a history lesson tonight on the transportation corridor agencies, and I'm going to keep my comments on the issue brief. We joined this agency for specific reasons and promises made, promises that we in turn made to our residents and all taxpayers of Orange County. San Clemente joined an agency with 11 other cities and the county to build 2 toll road corridors with locations of the roadways set by state legislation. The pledge we made with the other cities is that we would oversee this agency and we would pay off the debt and make these roads free upon turning them over to the state and Caltrans. In my 6 years on the agency, I see no adherence to our agreement and no intention of paying these roads off. As long as the board continues to not pay off the debt, the taxpayers of Orange County will continue to pay tolls to use these roads that were intended to be part of the free state highway system. The agency wants to continue indefinitely and never end its mission. San Clemente did not join this agency to agree to perpetually charge tolls for a system that was meant to be free and to perpetually incur more debt for our taxpayers for any future project TCA can envision themselves to do. On the Foothill Eastern, the 241 toll road, there is a board of 15. There are 12 cities and 3 board of supervisors. On San Joaquin Hills, the 73 board, there's a board of 14, 12 cities again, and 2 board of supervisors. San Clemente has 1 vote on each one of these boards. We alone cannot stop the agency from continuing to usurp their mission, delaying paying off the bonds, or holding up an agency that was an experiment in the first place as the first ever public toll road. We can't do it at all costs under $1 billion in debt. We can, however, tonight use our 1 vote that San Clemente has, that we do have, to get out of this agency. And with that, if there's no other comments, I would call for a vote.
I have a comment.
Mayor Ward, I have sorry. I thought we were just asking questions, but I'll wait for Councilmember Noblock. Thank you.
Councilmember Noblock, go ahead.
I'm concerned as well about the toll road, and what concerns me most is that after the March 2020 vote where the toll road board said we're not planning on coming through San Clemente, we're abandoning that effort and will stop the toll road at Oso. They continue to not support Senator Bates' bill to legislatively concur with that decision. And further, and I tended to believe them and take them in good faith, but as I've at various community meetings around the county, bumped into various TCA board members, I keep hearing this nagging comment about why don't we continue to, why are we fighting the toll road through town? It makes sense. We have connectivity, et cetera. And I'm thinking they've already voted a year ago to not continue. So I was concerned about pulling out that we lose our voice, even though it's one vote out of several dozen, that we're not at the table to hear what's going on, to make a verbal protest. That concerned me, but I think pulling out of the toll road probably makes a larger statement that we want nothing to do with their efforts, and we're going to continue to resist them steadfastly. So based on that, I regrettably support the motion to withdraw from.
You're here. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Ferguson, your comment.
Oh, thank you, Mayor Ward. I'll read my comments too that I put together because I'm the dissenting vote on this one and have stayed firm on that. But I'm against the toll road through San Clemente, always have been. If San Clemente withdraws its membership, we're giving up our power, even to object, even if we lose every time. We need to remain to protect our open space and the voice of our residents. I truly believe we need to still represent the voice of the people here, as well as we have political powers as well by staying on the TCA board. And I believe we lose some political clout if we leave. We can do more good from inside to monitor the activities of TCA, in part the decision-making to protect, again, our residents. And I just wanted to point out to people watching today that the residents and the movement in which city leadership has also been involved in over the years, including you, Mayor Ward, from the beginning, is to make the progress we've made today. We wouldn't have made that had we not been part of this board and had a say and had some political clout, which we did, and really stopped that toll road from coming through San Clemente and shifting the TCA's study of alternatives to this free arterial that they've landed on at this time. And then plus the financial commitment, and we're still waiting, still unknown at this time. Makes me a little nervous to not know where that's going to be. And so that for that reason, I feel we need a seat at the table. But all in all, I know I'm not going to convince you of this, and that's fine. We're allowed to have our different opinions, because at the previous meeting in April, I already voted no on this position to depart from the TCA, but at least we're unified that we don't want a toll road coming through San Clemente, but we just have different methods on how we're going to get there. So I'll continue to work with all of you to ensure a toll road does not ever come through San Clemente, and work together, even though we might not vote together on this one. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Councilman Ferguson.
Mayor Ward, just a few points as well.
Yes.
I'll talk about some numbers as well, Mayor Pro Tem James. The estimated cost for the toll roads originally was $858 million. By 1998, when both roads were completed to their current state, total construction costs had risen to $2.9 billion. 1998 original debt of $2.9 billion was to be paid off in 2033 for the State Route 73 and 2040 for State Route 241. And total cost, including debt service, was $5.8 billion now. Now, this is important. Despite principal and interest payments for 22 years, the TCA's total outstanding debt ballooned to $5 billion from that $2.9 billion. So the principal went up. How many homeowners out there, your principal goes up over time? TCA now projects further principal and interest payments of $10.6 billion through 2053 now will be required to pay off the debt. That's if they don't accumulate any more debt. Again, during this 22-year period where the debt doubled, no new roads were built. This cost has been borne by our residents, us, and will be forced to pay tolls on those roads indefinitely unless the TCA is forced to start paying off the debt. Now, this doesn't even include the $770 million they got from development impact fees that were supposed to be used to pay down that debt. Came from us too. We all paid for that home and increased charges for our homes and increased leases for our business owners on commercial properties. I'll leave you with this. This is a quote from the grand jury of Orange County about the TCA. Quote, with the exception of the repayment of its accumulated debts, there appears to be little, if anything, in the matter of highway planning, construction, or any county transportation activities the TCA can do that is not already being accomplished by other agencies, the grand jury wrote. Well, I couldn't have said that better myself. So I wholeheartedly support this. I think it's due time, and San Clemente doesn't support this agency, and we've finally been able to take a step forward in showing everyone how much we don't support it and that you can do something about it. So I'm proud of us.
Thank you.
Madam Mayor, there are comments from the public on this?
I was going to ask the clerk, I saw no comments. Okay. So if the council will indulge me, I would like to make the motion. Thank you.
Please.
Approve the request to withdraw from the Transportation Corridor Agency's Joint Exercise of Powers Agreement.
Second.
Motion by Mayor Ward, second by Mayor Pro Tem James.
Councilmember Duncan,
Aye.
Councilmember Ferguson,
No?
Councilmember Noblock,
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem James,
Aye.
and Mayor Ward.
Aye.
Motion carries 4-1.
That felt good.
I thank you all for your comments, including Councilmember Ferguson. This has been a long time coming, and as Councilmember Duncan said, I am proud that we are at this moment and taking this step. So, Madam Clerk, next item.
Okay, the next item is update on homeless issue. And I have one speaker card from Donna the Dream.
Okay. Ms. Vadrine? Thank you, you're up.
After visiting with local hotels in San Clemente, I am confident that we could shelter the San Clemente homeless with 4 blocks of rooms at 4 different locations in San Clemente. This would require significant funding and case management services, but it is doable. We would need case management services from the start. FAM, I Hope, Illumination Foundation, Mercy House Friendship Shelter. This would get the unhoused into shelter. They would have access to behavioral health services, assistance to obtain benefits like Social Security, health care, and job assistance. The city would benefit by being able to enforce those out on the street refusing assistance as long as a shelter bed was available. Authorize a safe parking program at the old City Hall lot. Illumination Foundation or FAM could manage the program. Tour with Illumination Foundation tomorrow, Wednesday, May 19th at 12 noon, RSVP required. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Ms. Vadrine. Is there any other public comments?
No.
City Manager, do we have any homeless update at this time?
The only update I do have, as I've indicated, we have Mercy House currently on an interim contract providing mobile outreach services. The city is in the final stages of concluding its recruitment for the community service outreach worker. And I do anticipate that position being filled within the next 30 to 45 days.
All right, thank you very much. Is there any other questions of staff? No. Okay. Madam Clerk.
Yes. Next item is oral communications, part 1. And I have one card from Bill Krutinger.
He's calling.
Is he at the door?
Good evening, Mayor Ward, Council. I'm here to ask that during item 4, you please consider agendizing for discussion what had been agenda item 8A at the last meeting. I think it would be in the city's best interest and in the interest of all parties concerned that the issue, and this is true regardless of the decision council may make, it's in the city's best interest that that item be discussed and that a decision be made. Thank you.
What item was item 8A at the last meeting?
Yeah, it's
I wasn't at that meeting.
it's current item 9 E.
Is it on the current agenda?
No,
I
9E.
don't think so.
The,
No.
8A was the lawsuit matter.
oh, the lawsuit. I'm sorry. Yes. Yeah. I'm sorry. I thought
Yeah.
it was the other. Okay.
It was consideration of, we agendized it in public. It was consideration of
We had the
pursuing a JPA, being able to go to the JPA for the right of insurance.
Oh.
I'm not saying it correctly. So Scott,
Yeah.
That was it. It was to appeal the denial of coverage in Bieber v. James.
right, the
Oh.
city council has not been able to vote on that.
Yeah,
to
by the way,
pursue
I
that.
was on vacation last time, Madam Mayor, and I had my, in Cabo, and I carried all my heavy equipment down there to zoom in, and I had zero reception, so I apologize for missing that meeting.
So any council member would like to bring that up under immediate agendize, that would be the item. Okay, so Madam Clerk, that's it for oral communications.
Could we have a motion to waive reading in full of all resolutions and ordinances?
So second?
Motion
who
by
made the
Mayor,
motion?
motion by Mayor Pro Tem and a second by Councilmember Noblock.
Councilmember Duncan?
Aye.
Councilmember Ferguson?
Aye.
Councilmember Noblock?
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem James?
Aye.
Mayor Ward?
Aye.
Carries 5-0. Consideration of agendizing items requiring immediate action. Are there any?
All right. I will move that we, as was recommended, we move up the that item for immediate action on regarding that lawsuit that we had on the prior.
Is there a second?
Help me understand the motion.
Well, we'll have to ask the city attorney about this, but the motion is to immediately agendize consideration of a vote of the city council for that right of insurance. And if this motion goes through, I believe Councilmember James would have to leave the room.
Is this for the defense for the Bieber action?
Yes,
Okay.
involving the JPIA
Yeah,
and the city.
Okay. Under consideration, I'm a witness in that case, so I'll be recusing myself as well.
Okay.
And I'll be recusing as well, Mayor Ward. As I pointed out at the last meeting, as I stated early on in the meeting, when Mayor Pro Tem James had rearranged the agenda, it's on the minutes. I had recused myself because I do see this as a gift of public funds. I won't be participating.
Well, I would request that you abstain or vote no, Councilmember Ferguson, so that we can get a quorum.
I'll be recusing myself again.
Councilmember Ferguson, I would make the same request. You did not mention why you're recusing, just that you are recusing. We've asked you.
I'll be
repeatedly.
recusing. Mhm. Right. I'm just mentioning it now. It wasn't in the minutes. It wasn't captured in the minutes. I did state at the beginning of the last meeting that I do see this as a gift of public funds and I'm recusing, and I don't even have to have a reason for recusal under the law.
But you're your non-participation is not allowing the council to have a vote.
That's correct. I will not be participating. Is there any other way you would like me to try to communicate that to all of you?
Yes, that you would do your duty to stick around and allow.
No,
them to
I
vote on that.
I won't be. I've recused myself last time and I'll recuse myself this time. I've chosen that route and I plan to stick with it. Thank you.
City Attorney,
Yeah, Mayor, we won't have a quorum to decide that, to hear that motion if it's made. I think you've also got an issue with adding it as a late breaking item. You'd have to find that the matter came to the council's attention after the posting of this agenda, which since it was on last time, I don't think you can make that finding. What I'd suggest is if you want to talk about the quorum in a future, considering it at a future meeting, that you do that
Okay.
under council comments as a prospective item.
I'll withdraw the motion.
Okay, thank you for
Okay,
considering that.
I did consider the item from the public, the mention of it, to be able to agendize that at this time, since it was not agendized. Okay, so, Madam Clerk, are we on the consent calendar?
We're actually on closed session report, city
Ah.
attorney.
Yeah, thanks, Mayor and Council. There was no reportable action taken in closed session tonight.
All items listed on the consent calendar are considered to be routine and will be enacted by one motion without discussion, unless council, staff, or the public requests removal of an item for separate discussion and action. I have not received any requests for removal.
All right, council members, is there any items to pull?
Madam Mayor, I request we pull item 6E as in echo and item 6J as in Juliet.
Those were the two I was going to pull.
Okay, so Councilmember Duncan is on both of those also. Any other item to pull? Go ahead, Councilmember Ferguson.
Yes, thanks, Mayor Ward. I'd like to pull the minutes of May 4th. That would be A2.
6A2.
Yes, please, 6A2, and then 6E on the consent.
All right, so Councilmember Ferguson will be on that also.
Thank you.
No items to pull. Is there a motion to approve the balance?
So moved.
Second.
Motion by Mayor Pro Tem and a second by Councilmember Duncan to approve the balance of the consent calendar.
Councilmember Duncan.
Aye.
Councilmember Ferguson.
Aye.
Councilmember Noblock.
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem James.
Aye.
And Mayor Ward.
Aye.
Carries 5-0. So the first item is 6A2. That's the city council minutes of May 4th.
Okay, thank you. There are two sections. One is on page 3 under special presentations toll road update. And there was a comment by Mayor Pro Tem James about inappropriate communications taking place with TCA and Councilmember Ferguson. And my comments are missing from that. I did indicate that government entities, including JPAs, can communicate with whomever they wish. So I'd like to see that comment added in there to that minute section. And then secondly, page 5 on the top, it talks about participation in agenda item 8A, which we just discussed momentarily. I recused early on in the meeting. It says I recused myself from participation, but it doesn't state why. I did make a statement of fact of recusal before doing that early on in the meeting. And that was, as I just had stated, because I just perceived this as a gift of public funds. And that's all. Thank you.
Councilmember Ferguson, if you remember, I believe Councilmember Duncan and I both asked you later in the meeting that you did not state at that time why you were recusing, and we asked you that. And I know staff goes over these minutes with listening to the tape, and we don't add things after the fact, but you did not state why you were recusing yourself on that.
Thank you, Mayor Ward. I'm not rewriting history. I did state it early on when Mayor Pro Tem James pulled the agenda to rearrange a couple of items. And I did state it early on. I was specific on that, so people who were here to speak wouldn't have to wait around. I did not repeat it when you had asked me to at item 8A. We were bringing that item up again for discussion and why I was recusing, but I did state it early on.
Well,
And the tape does indicate that. I know that.
Okay, so Madam
Councilmember
Clerk.
Ferguson, I did listen to it, and I did not hear it, or I did not understand it, but I would not know what to add to the minutes.
Okay, I basically said exactly what I said tonight, that I saw this as a gift of public funds early on.
Councilmember Ferguson, you also stated under special presentations when it was brought up that you had improper communications with Transportation Corridor Agency outside the members who are on that board. You stated that it was okay because you were an alternate. Do you still would like that in the minute?
Yeah, you could put that in there because I'm allowed to write them and tell them how I voted on a matter. And Mayor Pro Tem James did read my email. I did confirm how the vote went on that matter of withdrawal from the TCA. So yes, absolutely, place that in there too. Just to recapture my comments would be wonderful. Thank you very much.
Mayor Ward, I do recall Councilmember Ferguson commenting, it might have been the recusal from closed session, but I do recall her making that comment. She did say.
We can't say what she said in closed session.
Well, I'm just saying, she did say that. I don't know in what
Well-
context, but regarding this issue, that was a comment. I do recall her hearing her say.
Okay, well,
And
we're
she
not
also
gonna
said
talk about closed
another
session
reason too,
comments.
which she didn't state, but she did say that.
But Councilmember Ferguson, are you under the assumption that you are an alternate on the Transportation Corridor Agency Board?
I was before, yes.
But you're
Not now, but I was, yes. But it's still, Mayor Ward, anyone can write me. You know, you don't, just because you're reps on the board doesn't mean that someone at another agency can't write me. They can write who they wish. And I mentioned at the meeting, I did indicate First Amendment right. People can contact anyone at agencies that they would like to. And as you know, I didn't respond, but I could have, but I didn't. You can't control people's free speech to want to talk to other elected officials and other agencies. There's no written rule that says TCA only has to speak with you and Mayor Pro Tem James that I'm aware of. Is there?
It's called the Brown Act. And if they're talking to you about issues that the subcommittee of the city council that we voted on, if they're talking, in addition to talking to us, they are talking to a majority of the council, and that is a Brown Act.
That one email was a Brown Act violation. I didn't perceive it as being a Brown Act violation.
They were talking to you, and that's what I said. But what
The
you're
CEO wrote me an email, and I didn't respond. That's the only email ever that has been written, and he's entitled to do that. There was no substance that was discussed. And I didn't write back, so.
Well, your comments aren't doesn't represent the facts that we have an email from you actually to the CEO of TCA. It's not that he was writing you back, you contacted him.
I wrote an email to, I think it was Peggy Huang and Samuel Johnson, CEO, and there may have been one other person. I don't have it in front of me, but Mayor Pro Tem James read it at the meeting. So I let them know how the vote was on the letter that you had sent them. And it was a 4-1 vote. And I'm entitled to do that. And he wrote me back. I can't recall, but I didn't write back, as you know. I didn't engage further. I just wanted to put it on the record. That's all. I wrote my email.
All right,
I'm
point of
pretty
order.
sure-
Let's move on.
Yes, I agree. So we can't add anything to the minutes that weren't spoken and not heard. But on that item, before it gets moved, Madam Clerk, there's just a typo on page 6A1, the last paragraph. The second sentence, it says reviewed the bases. It's basis. It's just a typo. Is it? Oh, for plural. Thank you very much.
Well, Mayor Ward, I oppose your desire to not include my minutes, my statements. I find it discriminatory that other members get their comments in here verbatim and I don't. So there's 2 sections here tonight that you're all going to be voting on these minutes to pass them that don't reflect my statements from that meeting on May 4th.
Point of order.
Yes.
Throwing out a word discriminatory, that's inflammatory, I think. And if you're going to throw that word out, please define what discriminatory is.
Yeah, and I believe there was one time I actually wanted to change a vote. And, we went through that and the council reiterated that we do not change what actually happened. The minutes are just what was said, not actions taken. I believe that was only Councilmember Ferguson that pulled that item. Will you move that item?
I'll move it for us to vote on. Yes, I'll move the item, but I'm not voting to pass them. So the minutes as they are, but I'll move it to take a vote. Sure.
Moved by Councilmember Ferguson, a second by Councilmember Duncan to accept the minutes.
And then we need to vote on it.
Yes.
To accept them as written or accepted with the 2 changes?
None of the city council moved to provide any changes to it.
Okay,
except as written.
okay.
Under discussion, Madam Mayor,
Yes.
will next meeting's minutes reflect that Councilwoman Ferguson objected to the?
It
minutes?
will in the, I believe, the vote. It will be in the vote. For
Well,
this
not
council
the way
meeting.
it is right now. If Councilmember Ferguson wants to make a motion to amend the minutes to expand her comments on the, in response to Mayor Pro Tem James' comments, and to state that her reason for recusal was because she believes it represents a gift of public funds, and then if that fails, then at least that's in the minutes. But right
Okay.
now, the motion is to accept the minutes as prepared.
Okay, thank you, City Clerk. Then that is my motion to amend the minutes based on the comments I had indicated tonight that had been stated at that meeting for those two items.
I think that'd be I think that'd be a substitute motion to Councilmember Duncan's motion to approve them as presented. Was that?
Well, I thought the original motion was to approve as presented. So if this is a substitute motion to Councilmember Ferguson's original motion, I thought.
We were moving it to go to a vote, so wasn't motioning to accept them, but I am making a motion to amend them. Thank you.
Is there any second?
Madam Mayor, I'm inclined to second it, but because I don't recall precisely if it was this meeting or another meeting, which we will not discuss, I will remain silent on the issue.
Thank you. And I think you have to because you weren't here.
You weren't
Also.
at that meeting.
You weren't at this meeting.
At the last council meeting. You're absolutely right.
Yeah, I was thinking about that. So, okay. So
Okay.
I'm not seeing a second on that motion. It fails. And is there a substitute motion?
A motion to approve the minutes as written.
Second.
Second by Mayor Pro Tem James.
Councilmember Duncan.
Aye.
Councilmember Ferguson.
No.
Councilmember Noblock.
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem James.
Aye.
And Mayor Ward.
Aye.
Motion
Actually,
carries.
if I could change my vote to an abstention, since I wasn't here, I probably shouldn't vote on it at all. So please record my vote as an abstention, Madam Clerk.
Okay.
Thank you.
Motion carries, let's see.
3,
3,
1,
1.
1. Right?
Yes, that's right. Thank
310
you.
or 11?
311.
Okay, the next item. I think it's E.
It is E, and that was
Yes.
pulled by Mayor Pro Tem James, Councilmember Duncan, and Councilmember Ferguson.
And just for the public, that's a contract amendment to the contract for design and construction support for the City Hall second floor Sheriff's Department substation to also include design and construction support for a new council chambers.
So Mayor, council members, I'll start. I know Manuel Gomez is here as well, and he can provide technical detail, but to give you a little bit of an overview of how we got to this point, I think would be appropriate. As you know, we've discussed this with actually previous councils in terms of the potential of looking for a new location for our council chambers. As you are aware, 100 Presidio has been listed for sale. And during the pandemic, we learned that council chambers was no longer safe from a COVID perspective because of the very small quarters that it was in for social distancing, et cetera. We originally talked about the feasibility of looking at some alternative locations, such as the community center being converted to a council chambers. We talked about the possibility of building a council chamber at the Vista Hermosa Sports Park. If you recall, we had indicated originally in the Vista Hermosa Sports Park master plan, there was an identification for a community meeting room and performing arts type of thing. And so we thought might be a nexus there. However, as we were doing the construction of the second floor substation, and the council may recall this as well, we had a 5,000 square foot, give or take, footprint that was not going to be utilized by the Orange County Sheriff's Department. At the time, our former Public Works Director, Tom Vonnegut, mentioned possibility of an EOC or some other alternatives for that space. However, we didn't get direction to do that. We focused on the substation as council had directed. But based on staff's review of the site and talking to Ginsler, who is currently on contract with the city to provide the design for the second floor substation, we found that 5,000 square feet was very feasible to have a council chambers that could involve the appropriate spacing and social distancing and have the conference room for closed session. And so from a standpoint of the lowest cost option to the city, we don't have to buy the building. We own the building. The room is an empty shell, and we already have a contractor on the floor doing the improvements to the substation. I want to note that we won't be able to use that contractor via change order for California Public Works Contract Code. But with Gensler on board currently, it seemed to myself and the staff that this was the right time to look at doing this and making that our permanent home for our chambers moving forward. So tonight before you, you have the recommendation to do an amendment to Gensler's contract for Gensler to do the construction drawings and specifications so Public Works could go out to bid for the project. And then of course we would have to come back to the city council for the execution and award of that bid. And so with that, I will stop my presentation and take any questions. And I know Manuel is here as well that can address any issues.
Any council member would like to make any comment or ask a question?
So, yes, so if we were to, and Mr. Gomez or Mr. City Manager, either one, just round numbers, if let's say hypothetically, we would build something from the ground up at Vista Hermosa Park, you know, much in the vein of what you described, a multi-use sort of facility. We're talking $4-5 million there.
I'm going to lean on Manuel a little bit, but I would tell you that because of the Vista Hermosa architecture, the Spanish architectural outlay, we would want to obviously blend in with that. And I would suspect on the size and scope that we would probably be looking anywhere, and please, this is a soft number, I would suspect we'd be anywhere between $5 to $12 million for new construction.
Mr. Gomez, you concur with that?
I do, Mayor Pro Tem. Starting from scratch, building a new building, ensuring that there's adequate utilities, all would drive that cost probably to the higher range of what Mr. Sun just mentioned.
Thank you, sir. So as a result of the JPIA judging our old chambers as not inhabitable due to COVID concerns, and what would you know? So there's no going back there. What would we anticipate the cost to rounding out that 5,000 square feet into acceptable council chambers?
I'm going to defer to our interim public works director, Mr. Gomez.
Thank you, City Manager Sund. Although we don't have any estimated cost yet prepared by our architect, our staff did a takeoff based on the current cost that we are experiencing for the substation construction. And we think it's probably somewhere in the neighborhood of $1.5 to $1.8 million.
Could we use what was 8.9, I guess 7.8 or whatever it is, and I keep on forgetting the name of the money that is just the federal government's just printing, sending to us.
American Rescue Plan.
Thank you, sir. Can we use any of those funds to complete the project?
So we believe so. We are going through the 150 pages that the Treasurer's Office issued in terms of guidelines. And I will say there are a lot of guidelines and different things that we and all agencies will have to adhere to. But at the end of the day, the main nexus with those federal dollars is whether you were affected by revenue, by the impact of COVID, or COVID itself impacting you. Those are the true nexuses for the utilization of those dollars. And so as we've talked about, the building is no longer applicable based on COVID social distancing standards. And so we believe there would be a nexus to use some of those dollars to offset the construction cost. But again, those are our preliminary reviews, and we haven't gone through the guidelines with a fine-tooth comb at this point.
And it should be important to note that the current police services station that we are building, that was in funds already existed in a special account. I believe the public safety capital account, or words to that
Yes,
effect?
it was a public safety mitigation fee that the city of San Clemente had collected. And the primary purpose of that collection of those developer impact fees were for the construction of a new police or fire station based on the growth of San Clemente. And so this substation that we're in the midst of construction with had a complete nexus to use those public safety mitigation dollars so that it wasn't an impact of the general fund.
So going back to general fund, so we're currently building the current station, the new station, I should say, the current project, without an impact on the general fund.
That is correct.
And in all likelihood, to finish the second floor out with council chambers, we're probably not going, in all likelihood, we're not going to have an impact on the general fund there either.
That is our intent, Mayor Pro Tem.
Madam Mayor, that concludes my question.
Councilmember Duncan.
I had some similar questions. One additional, as we sit here in the community center, obviously this is a potential option for continued council chambers. Can you opine on the feasibility of using the community center or any other existing public facility as council chambers rather than, constructing our own, to alleviate any concerns there?
Yeah, so our former Public Works Director, Tom Vonnegut, and myself had discussed and reviewed this. Because of the age of this building and a number of, aging infrastructures, again, there's probably most likely asbestos in this building because of the age of when it was built. The cost to rehabilitate or remodel this facility to be a council chambers would probably exceed the cost for us to build the council chambers on the second floor. And number two, the one thing about the community center that's very dear to the community is we host a number of nonprofits on a regular basis in this community center. Now, granted, currently the community center and all community centers are closed because of the pandemic. I know our nonprofits, when June 15th comes around, will be hosting a number of those events. And so balancing this room as a community center and a council chambers, I feel that if you wanted to convert this to a council chambers, you'd be talking about where do we create a new community center to host those community groups. And so again, with the fact that this building is old and probably a lot of things that we wouldn't know of until we get into the destruction or rehabilitation would be costly, we felt it was more cost effective to do the second floor at the Calle Negocio facility.
Thank you, City Manager Sund.
Councilmember First, any comments?
Thanks, Mayor Ward. Well, I object to building anything new right now for the council chambers. We meet twice a month. The auditorium has, works well once we can let the audience come in, full audience, sit down. I'm not sure if they're there tonight. But we have AV, audiovisual system, that was purchased according to City Manager's son last August, and we're going to open up fully in September, but didn't. So at this time, we don't have this budgeted. It's not the current fiscal year budget, and this is just the design cost of $176,000. That sounds really high for just a portion of the second floor. If we did pursue it, once we do have a new budget cycle and it's placed in the budget appropriately, then I'd like to get other quotes instead of $176,000. Again, that sounds really high for design cost of this section of the building. But I just can't support doing that at this time. We're coming out of we're pretty much out of COVID. Tomorrow we're going to be going that least restrictive tier, the yellow tier. But there's just so many unknowns still. And, we speak a lot about these revenue enhancements we have to make, and yet we have $176 of unbudgeted funds that we're looking to potentially approve tonight. So anyhow, I think we should just keep what we have going for now and wait on this at least till the budget workshop, where we can discuss this in more detail and vote on what we're going to prioritize in the new fiscal year. Thank you.
Thank you,
Madam Mayor,
Councilman
I also
Ferguson.
have a few comments. if I
Yes, go ahead.
could. I'm glad this matter was pulled by three of my colleagues, because I was going to pull it, but didn't bother when everyone else was. My concern on this item is that this is the first time I've heard that the space at Calle Negocio would be considered as a possible city hall. And to be now asked tonight to spend money on design plans when I haven't seen any analysis on any other possible location. I've heard that this is a possible location. I'm not sure that the cost is all that great. I mean, if we put temporary podium or dais here that could be rolled back so that the stage could continue to be used, I can't imagine that would be very expensive. We have a huge room where seating could be placed at a practically no cost. And while the building is older, it's a classic building, and we pride ourselves on old buildings in this town. So I don't know that that'd be problematic at all. And if we need a community center for scheduling, we could use, we've got 5,400 square feet or in Kelly Negotia that could easily be made into a large room for community as an option if we couldn't schedule around it. But I suspect that scheduling nonprofits in here around our meetings would not be that difficult. So my concern is that I'm being asked to move forward. And once we spend this money on this issue, we're moving forward. We're not discussing anymore. This is what we've selected. And this is my first opportunity to look at it. So I'm concerned about that. 2 items regarding the contract itself. I'm going to be opposing it, but just in terms of the contract states that this contract would be extended to February 3, 2022. This isn't a consulting contract for services over time. This would be a site-specific contract. So the contract should be, if it's awarded, should be awarded for a purpose. And if there's any time frame, it should be that the analysis needs to be completed within a time frame, not that the contract only extends to a time frame. My second concern was that in section page 58 and 61 of the temporary design of the council chambers, the dais has seven seats. And I would think that it would probably be more appropriate to design those for 5 council members. But that was just an observation. So that concludes my comments, Madam Mayor.
Okay, so I'll make a comment. I think staff in looking at what could happen in that space that's already available on the second floor with the sheriff's substation already under construction, we save a lot of money with it's already under construction and the contractor's already there. We have people already overseeing that construction. There's a lot of money that we save in adding our council chambers now. Since we've been out of the other chambers, we've always needed to find another one. I disagree that I think this building works for us. It's very different than all of us sitting at the dais together, looking each other in the eye. Our staff is across the room and the public is over on the side. Speaking as the mayor, it's very difficult and it's not ideal. And we need to remember that our council chambers aren't just for us. They also support our planning commission meetings and our hearings. And we need to get back, to normal situations where we're operating at optimum. And this has been a good solution, but it's not optimum for what we need. I disagree on that this is a great place, but I actually think staff found an outstanding issue because I was really worried about it. I thought we were going to have to find something at Vista Hermosa and spend so much more money, and that was really going to take a lot of capital. This is a solution that staff came up with that isn't going to take a lot of capital. It's the most economic way to get council chambers a professional center again for all of us to have our meetings at. Meetings of the council and the planning commission and our hearings are all very important to operating the city. And so I'm actually going to be for it. And this community center needs to be returned, to the people. But I think mostly we need to get back to normal.
Madam Mayor, I'm prepared to make a motion unless council member.
No, I just wanted to make a quick comment of what I thought of it. And I think we found a good solution. And I applaud staff for doing that because it's economically good for the city and solves our issue of a council chambers very well.
Well, I'll just close out by saying I actually shared many of the concerns that Councilmember Ferguson raised, very valid concerns, and Councilmember Noblock as well. I've really scrutinized this a lot and put the city manager and staff to it, and they really answered all of my concerns, and a lot of it was what you just said, Mayor Ward. So I'm going to be supporting as well after having some serious concerns when I first saw it.
Same here. I mean, I've asked some very pointed questions on this, and I concur with the mayor's comments. So with that, I'm going to make a motion to approve and authorize the city manager to execute amendment number 1 to contract C20-12 by and between the city of San Clemente and Gensler to include design and construction support for a new council chambers on the 2nd floor of City Hall located at 910 Cali Negocio. This amendment increases the contract amount from $265,350 to $441,350, an increase of $176,000, and extends the term of the contract to February 3rd, 2022. And 2, approve a supplemental appropriation in the amount of $176,000 to account 001-203-45800.
Second.
Under discussion of the motion,
Yes.
could I ask the maker of the motion to consider an amendment to that motion to not have this service contract have a date certain to end the contract? The motion included that the contract goes until February 3. This is a contract for a specific assignment to design a building, whether it takes 6 months or 2 years. It shouldn't be time specific. So-
I'm perfectly fine with that. I accept that friendly amendment.
That's okay? All right. So with that amendment, second by Councilmember Duncan.
That's fine.
Councilmember Duncan,
Aye.
Councilmember Ferguson,
No?
Councilmember Noblock,
No.
Mayor Pro Tem James,
Aye.
Mayor Ward,
Aye.
motion carries 3-2.
Mayor, if I may interrupt really quick, we've just learned that our YouTube live stream is not working. It is an issue with YouTube. I'm also led to believe the city of Dana Point is having the same issue. We're trying to rectify it, but for those in the audience that are watching, they can go to our Cox channel and see it live on our Cox channel. It's just not being live on our YouTube channel at this point. And if it does come up during the meeting, I will communicate to the council that it's back up, but I wanted to make the public aware of that.
All right. Thank you for that notice to the council and the public. And I would like to make a point of order. Can you ask staff to adjust the
Yes.
Air conditioning? Because I believe that the audience is also cold. Thank you. So Madam Clerk, our next item.
Next item is item J, that's ratification of emergency construction contract for the Beach Trail Bridge shoring project.
Okay, and that was pulled by Councilmember Duncan. I believe.
Yes, I think it was Mayor Pro Tem James and I. I had the opportunity to discuss this with our interim public work director. If we recall, we voted to kind of put off making a long-term decision about potentially replacing the Mariposa Bridge, which Public Works Director Vonnegut had recommended a few meetings ago. The idea was to see how much life we could get out of the bridge. We were all very disappointed that this bridge that was supposed to last well into the future, as we come up on the first major maintenance and we find out it's beyond repair, essentially was the results of the evaluation. Now we see a change in circumstance, to my mind, though, because we see that there's a safety hazard to the public, according to this engineering company who we had inspected. So, one thing is saving money, but another thing is safety. I think safety is the most important thing, and also maintaining as much access to the bridge as possible. So I'm going to support the ratifying the expense, of course, because the shoring was apparently necessary to allow the bridge to remain open. The other option was just shutting it down. I was riding on the beach trail with my son. His first bike ride on the beach trail, regular bike, not e-bike. And I saw the workers actually. I got the chance to ask Manuel Gomez, our interim public works director, about it. So now I understand what was going on there, which was we had to make those immediate repairs. So I'm going to ratify that. But I'm also, the reason I pulled it was I think we need to bring back for discussion the long-term solution for the Mariposa Bridge. I think now we realize we can't keep putting the Band-Aid on the problem. We need to make a decision about what we're going to do here long-term with the bridge. It's going to hurt a little bit because it's going to cost, but I think it's better to make that decision early before things get even worse and we spend more money on emergency shoring instead of on the long-term solution. So I wanted to see if I might have support for bringing it back as well.
Councilmember James, or Mayor Pro Tem.
I concur with everything my friend Chris is saying here. I would like to ask a question, and it's a pointed question, and I should have asked this before, and that is to Mr. Duncan's point. This bridge was supposed to last well into this century, and it is not. And this is probably a question for Mr. Gomez. Was there a lack of maintenance? Should that bridge been on some sort of maintenance schedule? And so are we dealing with some slope failure here as well?
Yes, thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. I had the same question my first week here at the city when this issue came up. And I was informed that there was no routine maintenance plan in place. There should have been, but there wasn't. And therefore, of course, anything going forward should and will include a very proactive, aggressive maintenance plan, particularly given the location of the bridge. It just takes a beating from the sea air, and that'll play into the recommendations that staff will bring back to you about any future materials for any potential replacement of the bridge. I'm sorry, Mayor Pro Tem, your second question was?
Slope failure.
Slope failure. We are obviously keeping a very close eye on that. So as part of the next phase of the bridge consideration, I will make sure that we are incorporating the appropriate discussions with both our legal staff and we will need to bring in a geologist, a geotechnical firm to ensure that the asset of the bridge is protected from the current slope condition that exists there.
Thank you.
Yes, Councilmember Noblock.
Yeah, again, I appreciate colleagues bringing this matter up. I would have as well, but since it was already brought up, I was a little surprised when I got this memo. I thought, geez, we've got some emergency repairs to be doing. And when I went to the site, looked at it the same day, I saw the crew actually working. When I inquired, they said they'd been on the job 2 weeks and they were just about done. And I was concerned about the timing. I've expressed this with our city manager that when we have a report that our bridge, which handles hundreds, perhaps thousands of people a day, subject to immediate collapse, sudden collapse without warning, and the council, at least I didn't know about it, maybe some of my colleagues did, I had no idea. And also, a month or two ago, we analyzed this issue and said we want to look at alternatives for the bridge. This repair job alone is 10% of the cost of a new bridge. So we could have closed the bridge, saved the money, and done the analysis. I mean, it would have been inconvenient for people, but it would have been a safety precaution that was reasonable and made sense. We could have transferred that 10% into actual capital improvement. Regarding the issue overall, I think to go forward on any kind of a bridge analysis without handling the geotechnical issues, that hill is moving. When we discussed this matter a few months ago, I went down there and looked. The main posts that are separated were off by about 1 inch. They're now off by about 4 inches with a major bow in the rail. That mountain is moving, and it's moving quickly. And I think the first priority ought to be the geotechnical work to find out what can be done to stabilize that slope. I understand, I'm not sure exactly city managers looked into it a little bit, and the slope's owned partly by the city to a degree and partly by the private owner up above. But we need to shore up that hillside, which is moving. That's priority number one. So again, I'm just concerned with the schedule, the sequencing of this. We're now faced with a pretty serious issue, and I think the geotechnical, again, priority one, and the bridge. Hopefully, we can use the same cement pylons that are acting as the footings for the existing bridge. But it would have been nice to maybe done something slightly different on this.
100% agree with Councilmember Noblock on that. And I would just add, though, I think as we head out of COVID and into the summer months, if there's a way to keep that bridge open, we got to do it. Shutting it down now, it reminds me of the softball fields. We got to keep those open. So anyway, I think your concerns are completely valid. It was a surprise to me to see the workers out there as well. I would have liked to have known about that earlier, but I think the main thing is making sure if we can keep it safe and open, we do, to give us the time to figure out the long-term solution.
City manager, can you tell the council what happened when we actually did close that bridge? Because it wasn't of an actual landslide. It was from a storm where the dirt had come down and trees had come down with mud in a storm against that bridge. But would you tell us and the public what happened when we actually did close that bridge?
Absolutely, Mayor. So when we did, I think it's been a little over a year, we had initially put up barricades that were removed the same day. We eventually put a fence up that was chained to both the north and the south. They were cut on a daily basis. And then we even, our cameras can see, when we had fortified the fence with the chain, we saw a number of individuals climbing the fence on a regular basis. And so it gave us significant concern because we were trying to mitigate a liability, and we were seeing the public actually create more liability by trying to access it. Councilmember Noblock's points are very well taken. As part of the comments that Councilmember Noblock has made, I think it will be staff's direction based on council tonight that we're going to engage a geotechnical to understand the costs, and also install some monitoring devices so that we can monitor the slope. We will have to engage the property owner or owners as well, because some of those inclometers most likely will need to be installed on their property to monitor that. And so much like we are doing with Cypress Shores and that land subsidence issue, we will engage our JPIA as part of that process as well with the city, so that we're protected and we're working with them and the experts that we can retain through them, geotechnical, et cetera. If I can do it under my city manager authority of $25,000 or less, I will do it. However, if we get a cost that exceeds that, it'll be on your next council agenda item for the council to review and provide direction and approval for. But we had an opportunity today, both me and Mr. Gomez, to meet with Councilmember Noblock, and I know we met with a couple of other council members talking about this bridge. And so we're totally aware, and we appreciate the concern of monitoring that slope, because as you know, San Clemente is the land of subsidence. And much like we're dealing with Linda Lane Pump Station, very similar issue, but a different impact as it relates to our sewer pumping station. We're working with the property owners to mitigate that slope as well. And so we will definitely move expeditiously on dealing with that specific concern as well.
If I could also ask that the city attorney be involved in that, because the property owner has a legal obligation to not destroy our bridge, and that land belongs to someone else and it's moving. And I think that legal analysis needs to be a key part of the geotechnical. So, Madam Mayor, I'm inclined to make a motion to support this with the instruction that the city manager go ahead with the geotechnical work. And if it exceeds his authority, I'd like to increase the authority to go up to 50,000 if necessary, to get some high-powered geotechnical people on this right away.
Second.
Yeah, I agree. I don't want to limit us studying that. I have to agree with Councilmember Duncan that I think it is important to keep it open. So Councilmember Duncan, how do you Well, let's go ahead and we'll take a roll call vote on that.
Okay.
Yeah.
I was going to ask some staff questions
Oh, go ahead.
for voting. Thanks, Mayor Ward. Yeah, the $352,000. I am concerned at how this was approved. A contract was already executed on May 11th, but we didn't have an emergency meeting to actually have council vote on that because the city manager's spending authority this far exceeded. It's 25,000 and this is 352,000. Is there a reason, city manager, that we didn't have an emergency meeting to authorize this under policy?
Pursuant to Ferguson, we have a provision in our municipal code that allows for emergency contracting. The example I can give most recently was with the Via Santa Maria improvements. We are required to bring it back at the next council meeting for ratification. And so doing this at the next available council meeting.
Oh, it's kind of, the sound really went out, but I just, if possible, I'd like to have us do that. We have emergency special meetings. We've had about 6 this year. So if possible, I would love to try to do that next time before entering a contract. And then I just have a couple of questions for Zayed. He's still here. Hi. The report in justifying this expenditure, do you have a copy of the inspection report? I don't see it attached here. We hired the KP, who are the KPFF inspectors. Do you have a copy of the inspection report or pictures that we can see so we can visualize what's going on here?
Yes, Councilwoman Ferguson, I'll respond to that. We did send a copy of the inspection report that was prepared by a professional structural engineering firm, Mark Thomas International. We provided that to the city council earlier this afternoon.
Okay.
So you should all have that available to you.
Okay, thank you. Do you know, but we really need to include that next time in the agenda report so the public has the information we have. So let's make sure we do that so people know what we're talking about, because by looking at the report, the public wouldn't know. I wouldn't know by looking at this. I'm here tonight, so I learned a lot about it, but just the fact that we need to make sure there's no holes in these reports and people have the full transparency of the city and the picture of what we're doing. And do you happen to know how much the inspector was paid by the city? I don't see that in here to do this inspection, the consultant.
Well, under $10,000.
Under 10,000? Okay, all right. So, and then also I'm concerned on page 2, it shows there was the need to do this to protect public health and safety, but I don't see how public safety or health was threatened because there's no, explanation. It remained open during these repairs. So what was the risk to the public health and safety?
Councilmember Ferguson, are you referring to page 2 of the condition assessment report that the structural engineer prepared?
No, page 2 in the agenda report.
Thank you.
Yes, thanks.
So the health and safety issue was that without doing the emergency repairs, without providing for the shoring and the bracing of the structure of the bridge, the structural engineer opined that the bridge was subjected to immediate failure. So my recommendation to the city manager and his ultimate approval was to initiate an emergency contract under the provisions of the municipal code and put the bracing and get the contractor to put the bracing and the shoring in so that the bridge could remain open.
Okay, I was just confused if it was an immediate risk, and why didn't we close it while we did the repairs? But luckily nothing happened, and it sounds like it's almost done. Is it, Mr. Gomez? The repairs will be done pretty soon?
Yes, the repairs are scheduled to be completed at the end of this week.
Okay, very good. Thank you so much.
All right, so I believe there is a motion and a second on the table.
Yes, and for clarification, the city manager's signature authority for the geotechnical work, was that an additional 50,000 or
Up to 50. Up to 50.
Up to 50,000. Okay. Councilmember Duncan?
Aye.
Councilmember Ferguson,
Aye.
Councilmember Noblock,
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem James.
Aye.
And Mayor Ward.
Aye.
Carries 5-0.
Thank you, Mr. Gomez. And Zayed, please pronounce your last name. I'm not going to attempt it. Please pronounce
Ziad Mazboudi.
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 Okay, I'm going to try to say that from now on. Thank you.
Thank you.
The next item is a report from the city manager concerning the possibility of amending the code of the city of San Clemente as it relates to the planning commission. We do have 2 cards on this item.
All right. Can we have the public comments first?
First is Bart Crandall.
Good evening, council. I had sent a letter to council through the city offices, and I hope you had an opportunity to read it. That was just a document written by me as an architect that's represented hundreds of developers and people doing residential projects, et cetera, on the advantages of a 7-person commission versus a 5-person commission. And if you go through it, developers don't want any hidden surprises or expenses whenever they do an application or delays. And a 7-person commission actually aids in that, as we saw this evening. A small commission with fewer members can either have a 4-member where showing up if 1 is out. If 2 are out, you're not going to have a quorum. You can't vote on it. It's a delay for the per applicant, and costs, delays, not their fault. It's our fault. And we don't want to put the applicants in a position like that. Some people, in the letter, you might wonder, why can't a builder do a head count to see what the vote's going to be on the planning commission ahead of time before the meeting? Planning commissioners cannot give an opinion on how they're going to vote prior to a meeting. It's a quasi-judicial position, and we can only make our decision in the public meeting, not before, and not give any clues to anyone before. So that puts them at risk of being a gambler, and they're going to go with the best odds, and having a 7-person commission helps that. I also want to then talk like a planning commissioner. A lot of our work is not just on land use. We look at other things when we're working at the general plan, sections of the general plan, and the most diversified membership we can get on the planning commission helps us in those discussions. You can have architects, planners, high-tech individuals, landscape architects, residents, and all that input is necessary to really evaluate general plan and ordinances, and attorneys even help us muddle through that to get the best recommendation we can present to the city council for their review. And so we'll do the heavy lifting and present our recommendations, and then the council can make the decision. So I'm in support of the 7-member planning commission, and if you have any questions, I'd certainly happy to answer them. Thank you.
Next speaker is Don Brown.
Good evening, council members. Don Brown, member of the Planning Commission and San Clemente resident. I spoke to you about a month ago on this issue on 7 versus 5, and I support continuing this as 7. We got to this current configuration about 15 years ago, but the current functions that we use now is land use, traffic, cultural heritage, design review. Then in addition to that, you have general plan, liquor licenses, and a whole plethora of other things that you deal with. That 7 members accommodates a 3-member design review subcommittee, which allows you to hold that meeting without a Brown Act violation. It gives you depth. Design review subcommittee with three, if you only went with two, you'd have a 1 versus 1. One likes it, one doesn't like it. You're in a 1-on-1, that's a no vote. So here's the applicant, just like Commissioner Crandall just pointed out, has gone through the span time, and you get two members there, the alternate's not available. One says it's not ready to go to the planning commission, one says it is, then it has to be rescheduled. And so now you're costing the applicant time and a lot of frustration with the application. So 3 members is key in any type of vote you want to do with the Brown Act in the state of California. The value of the design review subcommittee is seen all over this town, from the outlet malls to all the other quality projects that have taken place over the last 20 years, with an architect like Bart been running it for about 6 or 7 years. Before that, Michael Kopp, some of these other people that really raised our game plan in this town. And so there's a lot of work that we do on the planning commission. And when you look for a planning commissioner, you need somebody that can do land use, work with a traffic engineer and do traffic. One of the first topics I dealt through was a small 1,600-page EIR called the I-5 widening. It was really fun reading. You have a cultural heritage review and design review. So there's a lot of functions you build into this 7-man team. You dissolved the traffic commission, you dissolved the cultural heritage committee and the design review committee before that, and merged them into this. And the 2 extra members actually came from the traffic commission. And so you have a very effective and efficient organization doing a lot of functions, and you replaced 15 other people in 3 other committees and commissions. That's a heck of a cost savings to the city of San Clemente. So I encourage you to maintain this current configuration. It's very effective, it's very efficient, and covers a lot of issues for the city. And just like Commissioner Crandall just mentioned, you need an architect. A lawyer is always great. We had one in Jason Talley. People that know how to look at traffic studies like OCTA and deal with those issues also. So my recommendation to you is you sustain and keep the current ordinance with 7-member planning commission. I appreciate your time and willing to answer any questions you might have. Thank you.
I don't see any questions. Don, thank you. Okay. Council members, are there any questions of staff?
I have
You have a question or comment?
comment.
Okay, go ahead, Mayor Pro Tem.
I was very much in the camp of going to 5 commissioners until Don Brown beat me up repeatedly and wouldn't leave me alone. And I see you. But he, Don and I've had several conversations along this line. I'm going to be supportive of retaining 7 planning commissioners, and that's my only comment. I flipped 180 degrees on this. I thought I wanted 5, but the more I spoke with Don, the more I got to understand their mission, the more I was inclined to retain the 7. Particularly, I think when I don't want, I know Don's stepping off, and I don't want to upset anyone, but particularly I think we need to look at fresh blood on the planning commission. Certainly not Mr. Crandall, but I do think we need to look at fresh blood, and having 7 members is going to allow us to start transitioning some new bodies onto the planning commission.
I'd just say, in addition, my understanding of how the planning commission came to be 7 originally, and including members from other commissions, leads to a really sort of diverse and comprehensive planning commission. And for those reasons, I think I'm going to be, I guess, against the change to 5 and in favor of the 7.
Okay. Councilmember Noblock, do you have any comments?
Yeah, I'm in favor of the move to 5, and I think 5 is more than enough to include the expertise that's needed. So I'm in favor of the motion. I also would go farther and say, in terms of the time that it takes to get a project approved and the cost that it takes to get a project approved, I would be in favor of eliminating in the ordinance Exhibit A, where it sets out the scope, paragraphs E and F. E being the design review subcommittee, eliminating the design review subcommittee completely. And I think the item F, the annual work specific plan, I think the current charge of the planning commission to do their job, I don't think we need to do goals and objectives for the coming. I think they're clearly stated in the statute and our ordinance. So I'm in favor of reducing it to 5 and eliminating paragraphs E and F from the ordinance.
Councilmember Ferguson, do you have any comments?
Only that I concur with Councilmember Noblock in his comments on this. Thank you.
Okay, so I'll go ahead and give my comments. As a former planning commissioner and working with the planning commission, I can tell you that 7 is not too many people. They have a very heavy lift that they do for the entire city, but for the council in reviewing applications. I don't think that they slow projects down at all. I think design review, I've been on it before. I think they actually help the developer get to where they need to faster. And otherwise the developers, it would be taking longer and there would be a lot of changes that would have to be made and delays. And I know that the design review actually modifies that and helps people get to where they're going. Our general plan is like the most important thing that I think our city has as a guideline. It took us so many years to get it approved, and it had so much public input. It is exactly what the residents want for our city to be in the future. And we are to follow that. And I got on the council saying that I would follow the general plan, and I was elected to do that. I think, we have Don Brown that is leaving after many years of service. And we will have to rotate some new people in, and they're going to need the existing members to keep the standards of and the historical knowledge that the Planning Commission has for us. So I will be for that also, and I'm looking for a motion to not approve the staff recommendation, or I guess, Madam Clerk, would it be to table this? What is the best motion?
I think it would just be to decline to adopt the ordinance.
Okay.
Or to introduce it, decline to introduce.
All right, and I will also add before we do that, that Mayor Bain and I were on a subcommittee last year, and we looked at all of this, and we declined to change the Planning Commission. So I would like us, to make a decision this year and not change it and put the planning commissioners through this anymore.
Madam Mayor,
if that's
I'll just
possible.
make a motion to table the item, if that accomplishes the goal.
I don't think that's the best motion. So there's a motion to table. Is there anyone that would want to second that?
I'll second that.
There's a second, Madam Clerk. Is there a substitute motion? I'll go ahead and make a motion to decline to adopt the ordinance.
Second.
Second by Mayor Pro Tem as a substitute motion.
Councilmember Duncan,
Aye.
Councilmember Ferguson,
No?
Councilmember Noblock,
No?
Mayor Pro Tem James.
Aye.
And Mayor Ward.
Aye.
Carries 3-2.
Mayor, if I may interrupt again, please.
Yes.
Our YouTube feed is now back up. What the users will need to do is refresh their YouTube page, and there will be a new link for the live meeting. And so we've tested it and is now back up. I just wanted to make that announcement.
Okay, thank you for that notice.
Just one point of clarification on the last item. Because you are not adopting the new one, the current code remains in effect, not the version that you had adopted and then repealed. So I think that the only difference is that the new version referenced a work plan. Do you want me to come back with another ordinance with the 7 members that references the work plan, or do you just want to remain with the current code?
Okay, so I would tell the council, it is true that the Planning Commission does take up whatever is coming their way and all that, but they also do have a work plan of things that they want to study. and look at. So I don't think a work plan is a bad idea. It's not that the planning commission has to do that, but as to what they're going to study or work with staff, like to do specific plans or something that needs to be updated, that should be in the work plan so that we can see it, so we kind of know what's coming up. That would be all that would be a work plan.
Would it be inappropriate to get a little input on that from the two planning commissioners we have here today?
I don't think so. If you'd like to hear that. So Mr. Crandall or Mr. Brown, if you would like to comment on a work plan for the planning commission, what it might look like if there was one, if we made that requirement, or should we get rid of that requirement?
Well, you make a good point about the study sessions. Most of the study sessions are very focused on, we just did an in-depth review of South El Camino Real and the current general plan and zoning to see what we could do to stir more development down there. So that was kind of internalized, but was within this current general plan. I think we could go on before it, like you say, we take what comes to us on the agenda, what's handed to us, what you, the council, approve, the staff comes to you for approval for general plan amendments, so we can actually live without a work plan and still do our study session. So if that's the current ordinance, I would proceed with that.
So it is the current ordinance. If we just state here that the work plan, as we understand it, is what is current projects before the city or study sessions. That's the work plan, I'm just wondering, Madam Clerk, is it hard to change the ordinance now by a vote? It would take a second reading and all of that. That's why I'm saying, if we just kind of say what the work plan is, can't we just leave that in the ordinance? How about it's an update to the council of what the planning commission is currently working on with staff?
It's up to you. If you want it in the code to require it ongoing, we should probably amend the code. It would not delay you really, because you will be appointing 7 members. That was the concern initially, on whether you would know how many commissioners to appoint. At this point, it would just be a cleanup item that I could easily amend the ordinance, bring it to you at the next meeting for introduction if you want the work plan included. That would make it consistent with all the other commissions and committees.
No, I understand that, but I remember from the subcommittee that was more Mayor Bain's change to ask for a work plan. But I understand the planning commission is whatever is currently going on in the city, that's their work plan. So I think you just said something different than I heard before. The current code says that there shall be a work plan.
No, the current code does not.
Okay, then I'm good unless somebody wants to change that. I don't need a work plan. I just would ask staff, city manager, to tell the planning staff that just every so often we would like every quarter, maybe we would like an update of what the planning commission is working on. But we can certainly look at the minutes of and look at their meetings to be updated.
Madam Mayor, as I was the chair of the planning commission for 3 years, and I reported to the council.
I know.
If you'd like to go that route, and I would get with the city clerk, and I would be put on the agenda. And so you could do that on a quarterly basis and just have the chairman of the planning commission.
Yeah.
I used to just kind of wrap up what we had done on the last quarter's agenda and take a look at the future stuff. I would work with the city planner, and then I would get with the city clerk's office and put it on the agenda. And I would prepare a kind of a staff outline for Joanne for her minutes.
Yeah, I mean, that's all we need is just an update of what's going on. They don't need a work plan. So I'm not desirous of changing the code.
No, I see what they're doing is more transactional.
Yes.
What comes to them is what they deal with, as opposed to other committees and commissions are looking at addressing issues.
Where 6 pages or 1,600 pages, just deal it to us.
Right.
So
did I hear you volunteer for another term?
it sounded like that to me also. You have to get,
You can't
the
trust the
general
Army.
has to approve that.
I figured after 11 years, probably you need time for new blood. like you say, you want to put some new people on it. I think Hart's considering reapplying. He's been on the design reviews, an architect, ran his own company for many years. I think will help the transition. I'm not so sure about the others, but I'll reconsider it. But I think I kind of figured it was time after 11 years and 40 meetings on the general plan and a few other great times.
How many hours, Don?
I don't have no idea.
Oh, I thought you would know.
Don, you've done a great job and
Yes.
you've done yeoman's work for the city as
Yeah,
well.
thank you.
Appreciate it.
It's been a great run. It's been a great time.
Thank you,
Thank you.
Don.
And
Thanks,
working
Don.
with the staff's been awesome too.
So Madam Clerk, we're denying taking action on the new ordinance and we're going to keep it the same as the old one.
Okay.
Thank you.
Moving on to new business. Next item is the warrant register and payroll register.
Council, is there a motion to approve?
Motion to.
Okay, so there's, Laura, just wait one moment. So there's a motion on the floor. Is there a second?
Second.
Second by Councilmember Duncan. Councilmember Ferguson, do you have a comment?
Oh, I want to make a comment that I'm not going to approve the warrant register. I just saw just about $53,000 in lobbyist and PR consultant and strategy costs and survey consultant costs. I'm not going to go into support, so I'll be a no on that when we vote. Thank you.
Can I have, Madam Clerk, can you remind me, did Councilmember Ferguson vote against withdrawing from the toll road? I can't remember the vote.
Yes.
Tonight? Did you?
I believe
Okay.
she did.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay.
That would go along with the warrant register. So there is a motion.
Okay, so
And a
this is
second.
just the warrant register, not the payroll
Actually,
register.
is there a motion to do the
Warrant
payroll?
and payroll register.
Thank you for that. Would you amend your second to that?
Yeah, the second is for both the
Okay.
warrant and the payroll.
Thank you.
Councilmember Duncan?
Aye.
Councilmember Ferguson?
No?
Councilmember Noblock?
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem James?
Aye.
And Mayor Ward?
Aye.
Motion carries 4-1.
Mayor Ward, I have a motion in terms of the next item up. We have many commenters for E that have been here patiently waiting as it's gotten colder. I'm wondering, maybe we take a break and then we go to can we move E up ahead? There's some other long, major items here that
Yes.
may take a while.
So council, is there a second to move item E up after
Second.
a 5-minute break?
Did you say item E as in Edward?
E as in
Echo.
echo, thank you. Move it up, but we're going to take a 5-minute break or 10-minute? 5.
Five.
Right.
Okay.
So we're going to take a 5-minute break. And after that, we will be considering item E first. Thank you.
Okay, Councilmember Duncan?
Aye.
Councilmember Ferguson?
Aye.
Councilmember Noblock?
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem James?
Aye.
And Mayor Ward?
Aye.
Carries 5-0.
Want to use your gas? I think that's better.
All right, I'm going to call this meeting back in session.
Okay, the next item is consideration of adopting a non-binding resolution of support for the right to bear arms. And we do have some speaker cards, and I have one request for accommodation to read pursuant to federal law.
Okay, so Madam Clerk, can we take that one first and then
Yes.
call the speakers after that?
Yes.
Thank
okay.
you.
Okay. The proposal by some on the City Council to officially associate the City of San Clemente with endorsement of a pro-gun resolution of support for the right to bear arms is an outrage. How dare you presume to speak for all or even the majority of residents of San Clemente on this controversial issue? Your arrogance is astonishing and shameful. This proposal has nothing at all to do with making San Clemente a better place to live, presumably the reason you sought office and were elected in the first place. You are way out of line here. I am sure that I am not alone in not wanting our hometown to be officially associated in any way with pro-gun attitudes. These are your personal views and should be expressed as such, not imposed upon us as any official position supposedly representing the city or its residents. Your private views are just that. If you want to express them as a private citizen, fine, but don't abuse your elected position by forcing upon us your personal views and then falsely representing them as the views of the residents of San Clemente, whom you apparently don't know at all and don't care at all to represent. Do your job to make San Clemente a better place to live. Don't force your personal beliefs on your constituents for your own personal and political gain. I suspect that some of you have political motivations for making and supporting this proposal as you imagine greater political ambitions in your future. But don't presume in your arrogance to use us, your constituents, to further your own personal political ambitions. Don't presume to speak for us on this controversial issue that has nothing at all to do with what you were elected for. Reject this ridiculous, politically motivated proposal. Serve, don't abuse, or attempt to use your constituents for your own imagined future political gain. Vote no on this proposal designed to serve the political ambitions of some council members rather than the residents of San Clemente, our peaceful home by the sea. For God's sake, do your job and cut out this disgusting, politically motivated nonsense. This shameful, politically motivated proposal is an abuse of office by council members, which attempts to use citizens for council members' personal political gain rather than serving the people. Furthermore, it violates the city's mission statement to foster a tradition. Was that the timer? Okay, a statement to foster a tradition dedicated to maintaining a safe, healthy atmosphere in which to live, work, and play, guiding development to ensure responsible growth while preserving and enhancing our village character, unique environment, and natural amenities, providing for the city's long-term stability through promotion of economic vitality and diversity, resulting in a balanced community committed to protection of what is valued today while meeting tomorrow's needs. How does endorsement of right to bear arms enhance any of these goals? Stick with city business. Don't force your beliefs on us. And it's not a name on it, just CK. Okay, so the first speaker is Carol Montgomery.
Good evening. My name is Carol Montgomery, and I have lived in our beautiful city of San Clemente for 27 years. I am also a volunteer with Moms Demand Action for Gun Sense in America, and I represent more than 200 Moms Demand Action supporters right here in San Clemente. For the record, we are not an anti-gun organization. Rather, we are anti-gun violence and work every day to make a difference in America's gun violence epidemic, an epidemic unique to our country among other high-income countries around the world. I believe Mayor Pro Tem Gene James' resolution on tonight's agenda under item number 9E is needlessly divisive, potentially dangerous, and should not be passed. These types of resolutions are a recipe for chaos. They undermine the rule of law. They lead to distrust in law enforcement and confuse people. I've made this point before, but I make it again here tonight. Do we really want our Spanish village by the sea to be labeled with such a divisive title as a Second Amendment sanctuary city, especially with the state of our country, with more than 100 people killed by guns every day in America and gun death after gun death in the news? Everyone is entitled to their own opinion, and you can like or dislike any law you want, but you can't decide to not enforce laws you don't like. It's the job of our elected officials and law enforcement to follow the laws on the books. And California's gun safety laws have led to our status as a leader in gun violence prevention and proof that gun safety laws do work. Because of our laws, California ranks near last in the country for gun violence. Given the overwhelming opposition to this resolution, it baffles me that this resolution is once again on the city's agenda. I believe, as many other residents do, that making our Spanish village by the sea a Second Amendment sanctuary city is a dangerous recipe for confusion and chaos, and we sincerely hope to not see this resolution come back again. This is a waste of our time and taxpayers' dollars. Thank you for your consideration.
The next speaker is Jennifer Massey.
Thank you, City Council members, for all the hard work you do to benefit all of us. We are really grateful for, we know the time it takes. My son is now on the City Council and Mayor of Hermosa Beach, and he's also an environmental lawyer, and he's on trial now. He wears a white hat, and so he's very, very busy. So I appreciate how busy you people are, and grateful for the time you take to help make our lives better here in San Clemente. So thank you very much. First, I would also like to acknowledge my great respect and love for a real gentleman with whom I shared many laughs from mostly opposite sides of the political spectrum. Bill gave his heart to San Clemente. So, he's a special guy. Regarding turning San Clemente into a Second Amendment sanctuary city, number one, I'd like to know how many times our sheriff's department has been called out for home invasions where homeowners would have needed a gun to protect their families. In other words, I don't read about this in our local paper, and I don't hear about it from Scuttlebutt, so I'm concerned about what we really need guns for. Number two, one hunting rifle per person of age and training is okay if licensed. Number three, there should be no guns in San Clemente with multiple chambers of bullets, which are not needed by hunters. They're only needed by murderers. Number four, I would like to propose a San Clemente buyback program of the current, according to Mr. James, 20,000 guns in San Clemente. So again, I'd like to propose a buyback program so we can rid our city of guns. Number five, we need to support and ask Michael Evan to support AB 876 and AB 311 to fight against ghost guns and introduce safer firearms in California and enhance police accountability and transparency. I thank you very much for your time.
The next speaker is Fiona Carroll.
Good evening. I'm shivering from the cold, not from being nervous. This is the first time I've actually been involved in local politics. I'm here to oppose the irresponsible and inappropriate resolution from Mayor Pro Tem James, turning our beloved seaside village into an unpopular political statement. The first question I have is, why would someone push an agenda item that receives overwhelming opposition and then continue to push it after failing to get enough support? The organization I volunteer with is Moms Demand Action for Gun Safety. It's not anti-gun or anti-gun violence. Does the council know that firearms are a leading cause of death, actually tied with accidents, automobile accidents, for children and teenagers in this country? Every day, more than 100 people are shot and killed in America. Volunteers with Mom Demand Action work daily to support common sense gun safety laws focused on reducing gun violence, and this resolution is anything but common sense. A majority of Americans, including gun owners, support common sense gun safety laws. I have experienced the myth of guns for protection in my personal life, beginning when I was 16 and my 12-year-old neighbor was shot and killed when he pointed a toy gun at a car in the parking lot at midnight mass. Guns have taken my grandfather, injured and traumatized my son's friends at the Vegas massacre, killed a neighbor's son in the Parkland shooting, killed my nephew's stepfather, and traumatized my students with active shooter drills. I am both haunted by and motivated to take action by the daily toll of gun violence and the resulting trauma in our country. Additionally, proposing this resolution harms the image of San Clemente. The message the resolution sends is that this city chooses not to follow state or federal gun safety laws, laws which work. Thanks to California's leadership in gun safety, we rank near last in the nation for gun violence, and yet Californians are still able to purchase and own firearms legally and safely. Lastly, this resolution could negatively affect tourism and be confusing to residents and law enforcement. Judging by the turnout at this meeting, giving attention to this idea is very divisive and presents problems and confusion on many levels. The first court case in the country to decide if it's even legal to declare Second Amendment sanctuary is being tried now in Oregon. Does the city really want to get involved in this controversy and its resulting legal challenges? Is this what we want to be known for? The job of our city government is to solve problems, not create new ones. Please send a message to Second Amendment extremists everywhere by voting no on agenda item 9E and never consider it again in the future. Thank you very much.
The next speaker is Bill Krutinger.
Good evening, Mayor Ward, Council. I'm not with any particular organization on this subject. I was an FFL holding a federal firearms licensed manufacturer for about 5 years. I was a state authorized pistol dealer in New York, and I've got guns at home locked up, and used to be an NRA instructor. I hear the merits of people who support the Second Amendment, and I very much hear the merits of people who oppose unrestricted, unregulated access to firearms. What the resolution before you now is really just politicking. It's non-binding, and there's nothing in it that should get Second Amendment advocates excited, and there's plenty in it to kind of invoke concern from people who aren't of that mind. I urge you all to vote no on this resolution. Thank you.
The next speaker is Donna Vidrine.
I'm going to speak for two individuals that aren't here. I have their comments and they've authorized me to speak for them. So if it's okay, I will read Lisa Spinelli's first. Sanctuary. The original meaning of sanctuary is a sacred place or refuge or safety. Isn't this an oxymoron? Guns are not about safe sanctuary. Guns are about killing, suffering, and violence. We have our sheriff's department for our safety. Why even bring up the subject if our city is mostly inhabited by loving, caring, compassionate people living here in peace and harmony? This discussion creates fear and terror in our consciousness. Don't we hear more than enough about guns and killings on the news constantly? This entire subject is a waste of our precious time and our emotional energy. What does Gene James think about the dilemma of ghost guns in our society? Ye gods, should they be outlawed? What does the sheriff's department say? Mr. James does have a commendable background based on security and violent crime prevention. So obviously he has a long time dedication to this field. However, having our city perceived as a city of ignorant, trigger-happy, red-necked gun lovers is not for us. We are not naive. There is crime. That's why we hire our OC sheriffs. By the way, what do they think of this idea? Lisa Spinelli, resident of San Clemente. Okay, the second comments that I'm going to read are from Warren Vidrine. Warren Vidrine says, I am a gun owner and I was an NRA member for almost half my lifetime until the gun ammo manufacturers lobby bought them. Growing up, I served as a junior NRA gun safety instructor, and I hunted frequently to supplement my family's meat supply. I come from a hunting and fishing culture where firearms are valued and used regularly. I still hunt with my family and appreciate wild game. The proposed right to bear arms resolution is misguided and foolish and will do our community harm. It looks like boilerplate pasted straight out of an extremist site. Our nation operates under the rule of law, and our council is not the proper venue to attempt to establish constitutionality questions. Attempts at nullification underlie our own civil war. Our sheriff is sworn to uphold the law, not determine questions of constitutionality. Owning guns is a right. Like all other rights, it must operate under rational limits. Waiting periods, record searches, and the registration of sales are prudent protections from those who are morally or mentally unfit for safe ownership. Open carry is problematic and generally unwise. To do so in a public demonstration can be an aggressive act, an exercise in intimidation and escalation, the true opposite of a well-regulated militia. We are not Charlottesville. Do not create an attraction for such extremists. Vote no. And then my comments tonight are, Councilman James has stated he has concerns about the citizens of San Clemente having the right to be safe and secure in their homes. Councilman James stated he has concerns and worries about the state taking away his Second Amendment rights. He proposed this resolution as an agenda item April 6th and delayed it to answer emails he received criticizing his efforts. These public comments have not been read aloud as requested, even though this was an agenda item and action was taken by Councilman James to obtain additional support for his proposed resolution. It is proper to read all the public comments submitted from San Clemente residents April 6th that speak to this resolution. This resolution is modeled after similar ones in Texas as a reaction by the gun lobby and extremists to common sense gun laws. It is meant to circumvent state laws. It has no legal bearing, but serves to cause chaos and make our city look foolish and extremist. I own a gun. I do not feel my gun rights are in danger and absolutely do not want to be known as a sanctuary city for gun right extremists. I support sensible gun laws to include background checks and restricting the use of military or assault weapons. Person owning guns need to accept responsibility that comes with that constitutional right. Do not waste city resources on this totally unnecessary resolution. Gun laws are to be respected and enforced, not decided by city council or interpreted by the OCSD. Do not create problems and divisions where it is not appropriate or requested. I do not need city council to protect my Second Amendment rights to own and bear arms. I do not want to be identified as a Second Amendment sanctuary city. Do the work and provide the leadership you were elected to do. Donna Vidrine, thank you.
Okay, I have cards from Lisa Spinelli and Warren Vidrine, but I believe those were just read. So the next comment is anonymous. If they decline, provide your name if you wish to speak. That concludes concludes the public comments. Oh.
Greetings, Council, and I also really appreciate everything that you're doing for us. I've been a 20-year resident in San Clemente, and I'm curious, like other speakers have expressed, why or what Mayor Pro Tem James and also Council Member Knobloch hope to gain if San Clemente becomes a sanctuary city for guns. I'm asking, what advantage do we as residents in San Clemente have if that passes? If you would like to comment. Does either
So
member care to comment as
the-
to what we would gain?
The council doesn't comment. Whether they want to during council comments to comment on that will be up to them. But we won't answer at this point. We can't do that.
Oh, you cannot
No.
answer? Okay. I would like to express that I consider life itself a team sport. Life for me is a team sport. Once we bring arms into our society by design, that totally breaks the concept of a team and of a community. And I would like you to consider the benefit of living in a community as opposed to a divided, by design, community. A unified community compared to a directly dividing the community. Thank you.
So Madam Clerk, that is all the public comments?
That's all.
Okay.
Excuse me, Mayor Ward. Hi, I have a question for the city clerk. City clerk, the last time this was agendized, some residents had asked about the comments that were submitted for the April 6th meeting when this was first on the agenda. And I can't remember if it was you or Ms. Campanolo that said only those comments submitted for that meeting on April 6th when it was originally agendized would be read aloud.
Yes, and then at a subsequent meeting, council directed that I just email those to council, so those were provided.
Okay, thank you very much. I wasn't aware of that. Thanks.
Okay. So we're on item E. I'm going to make a quick comment to Councilmember Mayor Pro Tem James. This has gotten a lot of attention at the paper and tonight and all of that. And I would just ask you to use tonight to get all of these out, but consider whether we should table this and not add it as an actual resolution to our city. That's my request, just to consider it.
Yeah, I have a lot of respect for you, Mayor Ward. I think we should have an up and down vote on this evening.
Okay.
This is about the Constitution of the United States, and I do think our Second Amendment rights are under attack. Was only looking for the city, and you heard some of the comments this evening. I'm not going to attack people. Words like redneck, words like extremist, words like Second Amendment extremist. Gun owners are law-abiding citizens. And we love America as much as you love America. We love our life as much as you love our life. We may have a different opinion, but you don't see law-abiding citizens committing horrendous crimes with firearms. You don't see law-abiding citizens abusing their rights under the Second Amendment. I would suggest if people have so many issues with the Second Amendment, that they start a grassroots campaign to repeal the Second Amendment. Amendments have been repealed into the Constitution, but I don't see anyone doing that. So as much respect as I have for you, Mayor Ward, I'm not going, I'm going to ask for an up and down vote on this. And that's about all I have to say.
So Mayor Pro Tem, the only reason I say that is this isn't specifically a city issue. It's not something that we weigh in on, and saying our personal statements is one thing, but ascribing it to the actual city of San Clemente is another. And we're nonpartisan here, but I don't think anyone is saying that we're calling anyone criminals or doing that, but ascribing San Clemente as a sanctuary city for anything is just anything at all, I think is divisive. And there's certainly been some things that went around, I think 2 years ago, where people were saying that their cities were sanctuary cities, and our city council specifically did not do that. We did not take that up because it was not a city issue. We didn't have people rioting at our council meetings like they were at other councils that took it up. And I specifically can't remember which cities they were, but anyway, I respect you also, and I just ascribe to the fact that we are nonpartisan, and I very much hold dear to that. And
would we be opposed to a resolution regarding free speech in the First Amendment, or the right to privacy in the Fourth Amendment, or even equal protection under the law, the 14th Amendment? I don't think that would draw the ire. I don't think words like redneck or extremist would be used. So I made the motion. Councilmember Knobloch seconded that motion, and I move for a vote.
I'd like to make a few comments, Mayor Ward, just before that.
yes, go ahead.
And I'm not going to be critical of my compadre, Mayor Pro Tem James. Sure gets a lot of criticism out there already, and unnecessarily so in a lot of other areas. I hope everyone's aware of that. But I am going to be critical of this resolution. Well, I'm not big for non-binding resolutions as a general matter, or frankly, proclamations. I think we've got enough regular business to keep us busy without a lot of non-binding, policies coming before us. And I think this point has been made, but this is non-binding. It doesn't override constitutional law, federal law, or state law. So in that sense, it's purely ineffectual. But even though it's ineffectual, I think there is a perception out there that could come from it. And frankly, I'm a little worried for our businesses as we enter this economic boom that we all hope is going to happen. And I am concerned about the perception this could bring to our town, about whether people might want to visit a town like that, that has passed a resolution like this. That concerns me for our small businesses. And I'm also concerned for our kids for the same perception reasons. I'm not so worried about gun owners in San Clemente. I'm worried about gun owners outside of San Clemente who might feel free to come into our town if a resolution like this passes. And I want to make a point too, which is, we have a program, the Gang Reduction Intervention Partnership. Laura, I know you worked very hard on that and spent a lot of time on it. That's a program that was started when we had some gang activity, and I think this runs sort of counter to that program. At least it might be perceived as so. And I'm worried for our deputies, frankly, too, because more people coming into town with guns that puts them in danger. So with all that, I'm going to be voting no on the resolution.
Can we still be friends?
Absolutely.
Yeah,
Go ahead,
Well,
Councilmember
I have a
Nobel.
comment, and I respect all of my colleagues, and I appreciate the comments that were made tonight by the folks that have come in to express their opinion. I would like to say that this is not, as the mayor suggested, a partisan issue. The resolution before us is not extreme. It doesn't promote lawlessness. The Second Amendment is the law of the land. And like it or not, we have a major national effort right now to diminish or rescind the Second Amendment, and that's of concern. The Second Amendment is not just for the protection against criminals or for personal safety. It certainly does that. But most importantly, it prevents the tyranny of those that govern us. Nations that are the most totalitarian, tyrannical, and evil in our world are those that have first disarmed their populace. And it's in this past century alone, these nations have taken the lives of over 100 million human beings, mothers, children, uncles, dads, nieces, nephews. And that's a terrible thing. So I believe we need to stand strong to make a statement that our constitutional rights need to be upheld, protected, and we don't want to go down the road ultimately of the totalitarian states that many people in this country would like to see occur now. And I think we need to stay strong for our Constitution. So I can support the resolution and plan on voting for it.
Can I ask the makers of this motion, what cities have adopted these type of resolutions? Cities in California,
Needles is the only other city.
anywhere else in the United States?
Scattered across several states. I know there are cities in Texas that have. I'm not sure about any place else.
I just don't think this rises to the need of that our arms are being taken from us and the need to do this. I don't think any one person on this council is against the U.S. Constitution or any of the amendments. Absolutely not. And what I said was not that this was a partisan issue. I said that our positions are nonpartisan, and we don't take up issues that are not city issues. They are not in our purview to do. So this is outside of our purview, and it's a personal thing that is being asked of this council to do. It's not a city issue, and that's why I'm asking that it not be, taken to a vote of a resolution.
I would call for the question unless Councilwoman Ferguson has a comment.
Councilmember Ferguson.
No, I have no comments. Thank you.
All right, Madam Clerk.
Okay, Mayor Pro Tem James, you do need to read the title, and it would be resolution number 2115.
And just to be clear, there's no resolution in our packet. So is this just a resolution of what you said?
Madam Clerk, did you get the resolution out?
It's very
Yes, I printed
problematic
it
to
out.
approve a resolution that the public has not seen. It would have to be a resolution just stating what you're going to state.
Okay.
I'd like to ask the city attorney that Mayor Pro Tem James provided us with a draft this afternoon.
Do you want to read
Do we
the
need to bring it
resolution as
into
part
the
of your
city's
Yep,
format
okay.
and then come back, or?
Normally, we make a vote for a resolution, and then that resolution comes back for final approval, but this one has not been circulated.
Yeah, so we're at an open meeting here. What we have to do is make the resolution available to members of the public who are here, who desire to see it, or continue it over till it's formatted and brought back in city.
I think we should address this issue. Can it be that the motion is to consider in the future, perhaps next meeting, a resolution to be determined, and that resolution would obviously have to come back for public review. But today we're just deciding whether to even take that step to consider doing a resolution. Isn't that a proper
Is
motion?
that where we are? Then, yeah, if it's to consider and have that text brought back, then that motion's in order without further ado.
Was that your motion?
I'm not going to move that,
Would
but
it
that
be-
seems like a proper motion.
question.
That's
of
your
the-
motion, Gene.
Question of the city attorney, would it be appropriate to read the resolution?
We could do that
and-
too.
and pass
Yeah,
the
it just has to
resolution
be
as read?
available to the
But
public.
It has to be available and for them to be able to comment on. We would have to take public comment again, right? If that resolution is read, because the audience and members of the public do not know what that resolution says.
The Brown X says it has to be made available to people who want to see it when it's at the time it's made available to the council. So if it were to be passed tonight, we'd have to deal with that. If it's to be brought back, then that's not an issue.
Right. So I thought tonight you were just going to make a motion that we send a letter that says, you know, whatever you said, but normally resolutions are in our packet for public viewing.
Yeah, that was I thought the resolution was, I sent the resolution, evidently that did not occur. So I have the resolution. I could read it, or we can move it to the next meeting.
If it's read, then that's adequate.
Okay.
If it's that short.
So, okay, resolution of the City Council of the City of San Clemente, California, declaring the city to be a Second Amendment sanctuary city, whereas the City Council of the City of San Clemente, pursuant to the Charter of the City of San Clemente, is vested with the authority of administrating the affairs of the city, whereas the Second Amendment to the United States Constitution, adopted in 1791 as part of the Bill of Rights, protects the inalienable and individual rights of the people to keep and bear arms. And whereas the United States Supreme Court in the District of Columbia versus Heller affirmed an individual's right to possess firearms unconnected with service in a militia for traditionally lawful purposes such as self-defense within the home, whereas the United States Supreme Court in McDonald versus Chicago affirmed that the right of an individual to keep and bear arms is protected under the Second Amendment and incorporated by the Due Process Clause of the 14th Amendment to apply also to the states, such that the states cannot deprive people of their liberty without due process of law, whereas Article 1, Section 8, Clause 3 of the United States Constitution, the Commerce Clause, provides that the United States Congress shall have the power to regulate commerce with foreign nations and among several states and within the Indian tribes. And whereas Article 1, Section 1 of the California Constitution provides that all people are by nature free and independent and have inalienable rights. Among these are enjoying and defending life and liberty, acquiring and possessing and protecting property, and pursuing and obtaining safety, happiness, and privacy. And whereas Article 1, Section 7 of the California Constitution provides that a person may not be deprived of life, liberty, or property without due process of law or denied equal protection of the laws, whereas Article 1, Section 13 of the California Constitution provides that the right of the people to be secure in their persons, houses, papers, and effects against unreasonable seizures and searches may not be violated. And whereas Article 1, Section 19 of the California Constitution provides that private property may be taken or damaged for a public use only when just compensation ascertained by a jury, unless waived, has first been paid to and into court for the owner and the state of California. Supreme Court has indicated this indicates compensation for permanent or temporary interference with the physical use, possession, disposition, and or employment of property. Whereas it is the desire of the City Council of San Clemente to declare its support for the Second Amendment of the Constitution.
I will second that motion. Call for the question.
I lost my place of where you ended. What page is that?
Oh, I have another page.
Yeah,
Whereas,
that's
I'm
why-
sorry, the City of San Clemente supports the rights of citizens and taxpayers to defend themselves, whereas it is the desire of the City Council to declare its support for the free flow of commerce between the citizens of the city and the citizens of the United States of America, consistent with Commerce Clause of the United States Constitution and the full support of the Second Amendment for the citizens of the city. And whereas California laws regulating firearms and ammunition are over-restrictive and have impaired and will continue to impair the free flow of commerce among and between the state of California and other states, and the ability of citizens to lawfully exercise their rights with immediate adverse impacts on the city and its residents. And whereas the federal government has now introduced H.R. 127 by Congresswoman Jackson Lee of Texas, whereas H.R. 127 would place even harsher restrictions on the citizens of the United States, California, and the city, and would greatly infringe on the principles upheld in both the United States Constitution and the California Constitution, and would again do nothing to protect law-abiding citizens. Now, therefore, the City Council of the City of San Clemente does resolve, declare, and determine and order as follows. Section 1, that the City of San Clemente be hereby declared to be a Second Amendment sanctuary city. Section 2, that the City Council affirms its support for the county sheriff in his exercise of sound discretion to not enforce against any person or unconstitutional firearms and ammunition laws within the city. Section 3, that the City of San Clemente will not appropriate funds for the purpose of enforcing any law that unconstitutionally infringes upon the right of the people of the city or the people in neighboring states to keep and bear arms. Section 4, that the City of San Clemente affirms its support for the free flow of commerce among and between the city and neighboring communities in the United States, and demands that the California State Legislature cease adopting and rescind unlawfully restrictive firearm and ammunition laws that violate the Commerce Clause of the United States Constitution by improperly impairing the free flow of commerce between the states, of which serve to infringe upon the rights of citizens to exercise their rights under both the United States Constitution and or the California State Constitution. Section 5, that the state of California adopt a policy of reciprocal for concealed carry permit holders or other states, thereby restore the free flow of commerce between the states. Section 6, that the state of California refuses to adopt and enforce unconstitutional laws made by executive order or by the federal government that would infringe upon the constitutional rights of the citizens of the city and the state of California. Section 7, the precedent for such action being taken in 2017 by the state of California in their refusal to uphold federal immigration directives and proclaim the state free from enacting federal law that they deemed unconstitutional in nature. The courts in this matter denying oversight immunity and allowing sanctuary status to stand. Section 8, that the city clerk is hereby directed to prepare and deliver copies of this resolution to all members of the California State Legislature and to the office of the government.
That concludes your motion?
That concludes my motion.
I'll second the motion.
No, the audience can't do a point of order unless you're too hot or too cold. Okay, so city attorney, does that suffice for the council to rule on that resolution? Does that suffice for notice?
It meets the legal requirements. I would suggest that because there was quite a bit, I haven't seen the resolution, but because there was quite a bit there, I do think to err on the side of caution, the council should ask the public, now that they've heard it read, if anybody has further comments on it. I'd suggest you do that if you're going to act tonight.
All right. So Madam Clerk, would you go through the cards for this item and ask those people if they want to speak?
Okay.
If they do, they need to come to the podium.
Okay, first was our anonymous speaker. Donna Vidrine.
And I think it should be just people that are here.
Yeah, they could just come up.
Thank you.
I don't think that the city council has the authority to instruct the police that they don't have to follow state and federal law. Can we ask the city attorney to comment on that? That's part of the resolution that I heard Councilman James just read. I have objection to a lot of it, but that one just struck me very strongly, and I find that improper.
Bill Crittinger.
Council, that was a very, very long resolution that in many places seemed to not make a lot of sense. At various points, it mentioned just how very strong and robust the Second Amendment is. We had one council member say that there didn't appear to be any grassroots organization trying to repeal the Second Amendment. And then we had another member say that apparently there is one and they're out to get you. It's just a lot of back and forth. It just seems totally nonsensical. And I don't know in what section of city code would this go? It just defies logic. I don't understand how this works in any meaningful way. Thank you.
Fiona Carroll.
I just want to mention that my organization is also pro Second Amendment, and there are many, many gun owners in our group, and we're not trying to do anything to go against the Second Amendment. We're just trying to save lives, keep guns away from dangerous people, and to give people, for example, another personal story was I was in Santa Barbara when the Isla Vista shooting happened, and the parents of that gentleman begged law enforcement to take his guns away. He said he was going to kill people, and he was an adult. They said, sorry, there's nothing we can do. And he ended up, murdering a bunch of students in Santa Barbara. My neighbor's daughter was in the sorority house that was shot at. And they subsequently got very active, and they passed a red flag law. So now family members with people in crisis can go to a judge and say, we need to take these firearms away. They're going to hurt themselves or somebody else. And that's one of the laws that my organization is trying to get passed state by state by state. So hopefully we'll get that as a federal law someday. But it's about saving lives. It's not about taking anyone's guns away. No one is wanting to take your guns away. Lawful gun owners are protected, and there's no reason for this. It's ridiculous, insane. And it's especially with what's happening in our country right now, day after day after day. I mean, I invite you to please become a member of my organization, because you get daily stories of the 2 out of over 100 deaths. A lot of them are toddlers that find the firearm on the nightstand and shoot their sibling or their parents. I mean, it's insane. And labeling us as a place where we're not going to follow the California and state and federal laws is ridiculous.
Jennifer Massey.
I have actually, I'm incapable of saying anything positive about guns. The only thing I can say now is just for the San Clemente voter to remember the people who voted for this when they're up for election, re-election.
Carol Montgomery.
I'd like to add just one comment. I don't know why you feel that your Second Amendment is being taken away in any form. No one is trying to take away the Second Amendment. The Constitution protects the Second Amendment. We don't have to worry about it. Thank you.
We just received a new speaker card from Anne, the last name. Okay, you want to come up?
Yeah, so if there's a precedent set already on San Clemente not being a sanctuary city, deciding not to be a sanctuary city, I don't know, I don't understand the need. We have the Constitution, we have, you named a bunch of different provisions in different government entities. If I were on the city council, I would like to look at all of that, all of the documentation and find out exactly what it is that you're referring to. Mayor Pro Tem, I don't understand why everything is being funneled into a sieve, and you're asking the population of a city to say, come to whomever is out there with guns, come to here. I don't understand the need to say, come with your guns. What's it going to do to your property value? Is it going to go up because people have guns? And then your property value will go up because they have guns? Or is it going to go down because people don't want to live around guns? There are too many kids already who are out playing with submachine guns, with assault rifles, competing against each other. And the only way that they know that these are not real arms is that they have an orange cap on the end of the barrel. Otherwise, they're thrilled that they look like the real thing. And they suit up and they go out and they practice and they compete. And I don't think that a resolution such as this for Sanctuary City has any benefit to humanity. Thank you.
Okay, so is there an and also?
Thank you very much. I think it would really help if we had a written copy of this resolution to be reviewed by the entire city rather than having taken this up at this time. It's quite a lengthy resolution, and I personally would like to see this in writing. So perhaps it may be able to be tabled to another meeting so that we could review it. Thank you very much.
City Clerk, there's one additional commenter, I think, over here.
Okay, would you like to approach the podium and then give me a speaker card, please?
If I could just interject, Mayor, since someone has asked for a copy of what was distributed, that has to be provided. So you won't be able to act until Anne has been given that copy and the city manager seeing to
So
printing it up.
I just want to build.
would you rather do that than have it be at another meeting where it's noticed and everyone can read the copy?
What's the option? What's the other option?
The other option is we all wait for
It has
all
to
the
be printed
copies to be made.
because the previous speaker asked for a copy,
Right.
and the Brown Act prohibits you asking.
Can we copy here?
Yeah, the city manager's
Yeah, sure.
arranging for printing. So
All right, let's hear
All right.
if everyone's here, we can hear the public comment. Go
My
ahead.
name is John Montgomery, and I'm a resident of San Clemente. I just think this process tonight has been sloppy and not transparent. The fact that you read a 2-page resolution that goes way beyond just the designation of a sanctuary city with Second Amendment rights is ridiculous. You're asking the council to direct the city clerk to send a policy political statement to the state legislature. You're asking the council, the city clerk, to direct the sheriff's department to do certain things. It was not part of the debate or understanding of the public prior to the night's meeting. It's ridiculous. It's sloppy, sloppy, sloppy. The fact that you gave the city clerk a copy of this draft a few hours prior to tonight's meeting and the public never saw it is ridiculous. It's not right. the city attorney should be directing us to continue this to the next meeting so that the public can understand what the heck this resolution says and why this is occurring. Because I can guarantee you, there'll be a lot more people here protesting this resolution because of what it says. Why is the city council of San Clemente going to make this political statement to the state legislature? Does the city, is that what the citizens of San Clemente want? I don't think so. This should be either tabled or denied or continued so that the public has an opportunity to properly make comments to understand what this resolution says.
And we have one more speaker card from Deke Van Noort.
In addition to the other reasons that we've heard here tonight, after hearing that resolution, I just can't believe that that's really what we would go forward with. I'm a lawyer. I couldn't understand half of what that was saying. And the fact that the person reading it and then the person seconding it didn't even know when it was over and then kept reading and no one even realized, it was seconds before you even realized what the content of it was. It just seems ridiculous that we would throw this out here for the first time tonight, to drag our entire city into this for the first time tonight with just, the dozen or 2 dozen people here getting to hear this thing for the first time. So I think it just should be denied outright, but at least table it and let the entire city see what this thing actually says.
Next speaker is Judy Jones.
Yes, I'm Judy Jones. I'm a 25-year resident of San Clemente, and I was not here tonight to speak on this issue, but that rambling resolution, I want a copy of that too. I think maybe all of us here want a copy of that. So can we all have copies and sit here and study it and read it ourselves? The second thing, I think somebody alluded to this issue, is we do not tell the Orange County Sheriff what laws to enforce. We in San Clemente do not. I don't know whether our gentleman back here would like to comment on that, and that may not be his duty to do that. But I have experience with trying to have a meeting with another group that wanted to talk to our chief of police in San Clemente, and he had asked permission from the Orange County Sheriff, who said, no, he could not talk to us. So that's how the orders flow in our law enforcement in the city. We do not have our own police. We have a police under the Orange County Sheriff. There's a number of things that I would speak to, and I already sent a letter into all of you. I don't know whether you all read it or not, but this resolution that I listened to, it just meandered around about compensation and commerce without really explaining what that had to do with it and how we in San Clemente would have anything to do with that. The commerce of the state of California is not run by the city of San Clemente. So I just was not able to follow that, and I do not consider that I'm a stupid person and that I can't understand a resolution. So thank you for that.
So, Madam Mayor, in fairness to everyone who wants to review this, and I would move that we defer this to our meeting on whatever, June 1st, is it?
Yes, it is June 1st.
And we'll table it until then.
Okay, and I would invite maybe some revisions to pare it down.
Sure.
If that's possible, just a friendly.
Absolutely.
Okay. Is there a second?
So the motion, the document that's been circulated, the clerk, that many of the folks here have not seen, that's going to be circulated with the agenda for our next meeting.
Yes.
So the meeting won't be tabled. this item will be
Continued.
Continued. Thank you.
Yeah, I'll second the motion.
Okay.
Continue.
So Madam Clerk, there's a motion and a second by Councilmember Noblock.
Councilmember Duncan,
Well, I'd prefer that the resolution be defeated tonight, but I guess we'll have to, yes, we'll have to kick it down the road again. So I guess I'll say aye on that to give the public a chance to review the resolution.
Councilmember Ferguson.
Before I vote, City Clerk, do you have a reason why the resolution was not included in the agenda?
Because it was scheduled for the agenda by 2 council members, and staff does not prepare documents unless
There's a third.
and we were not provided with the draft until today.
Understand. Okay, thank you. Yes, I'm fine with continuing it. Thank you.
Councilmember Noblock.
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem James.
Aye.
And Mayor Ward.
Aye.
Carries 5-0.
Mayor Pro Tem, we did make copies, and so while I understand it's being continued, we have copies with the Deputy City Clerk for any of the public that would like to get a copy.
I would, so the mayor suggested that we pare down the resolution, so I would suggest that we retain those copies, pare down the resolution, and then make that available in our next agenda.
And that has to be.
Pare down the resolution. What changes are you suggesting?
I don't know. The mayor.
He can look at it. You know, he's the maker of the motion. He can look at it. I just gave him the option of modifying it by the next council meeting. But I understand that has to be submitted for the agenda prior to the Tuesday before, or
At the latest, the Wednesday before the next council meeting on June 1st. And so as I understand it, just to be clear, we have a vote of 5 to continue it to the next meeting, first meeting in June, and the Mayor Pro Tem, based on some of the communication that you have had, Mayor, would do some paring down of that resolution and provide it to the city clerk that Wednesday before the following council meeting, so it would be attached to the agenda for the council to deliberate on at the first meeting in June.
Agree to do that.
so that it's clear.
Okay.
All right. Thank you.
Okay, moving to item 9B, report from the Economic Development Officer concerning the possibility of issuing a letter of support for SB 389 Dodd relating to off-sale alcohol privileges.
Mr. Lightfoot.
Good evening, Mayor and City Council. I'll be brief. The staff report includes the majority of information on this bill. This is a bring back that was discussed prior. The primary difference in this potential bill at the state level versus the one you had seen previously, this one is not as directly tied to outdoor dining in a physical space. This one's more tied to to-go alcohol. And so how that would primarily, if I summarize the impact in one way, it would be this, that residents if this bill were to pass, could include a mixed drink, for instance, with their restaurant order on a platform such as Uber Eats. So if they order a to-go meal, the typical ABC guidelines would not allow those beverages to be included in the order. This would revise the standards and regulations for the ABC and allow those restaurants then to provide to-go beverages with those meals. So that's my quick summary. I'm happy to answer any questions. Thank you.
Go ahead.
Mayor, I have concerns. I've looked at this SB 389. I have some concerns with it. Underage drinking would be one concern I have with it. Turning Avenida Del Mar into Bourbon Street West would be another concern I would have with it. So I have some, I understand the concept, what Senator Dodd is trying to get to here, but I do have some concerns about supporting this bill.
Well, maybe Jonathan could speak to that because I had the same concerns, Gene, and there's a lot of regulations in here. They cannot walk around and drink it, and it's not to be consumed in public.
Right.
And even if someone picks up to go meal, this should be in like the trunk of the car or any non-operational part of the car, not concealed in a glove box or middle compartment, things like that, because it will be an open container, is my understanding. And so the city of San Clemente, if we did approve this, it's my understanding that we are not saying that people can take these to go and go drink at the beach, sitting on the grass, have a picnic, things like that.
Or taking it to go order, getting in your car and opening up the container.
Yes, I think it is to not be consumed in the car. Is that correct, Jonathan? You're on mute.
Thank you. That is correct. It would not override any existing city regulations about where alcohol can be consumed. It would just allow those restaurants to provide those beverages as a takeout service. I do think that you raised some reasonable concerns about, while it doesn't authorize that, we can't completely control public behavior. And I did reach out to OCSD for comment. They're not supporting or opposing this bill, so they don't have a position on this. But I think it is reasonable for the council to consider whether or not there could be some additional calls for service potentially with something like this.
I think we should oppose or take no action on this bill.
Because you're worried, you're concerned
I have
about
the
people
same
drinking.
concerns that you've expressed. I had the same, my inclination is to oppose the bill, but we don't have to oppose it. We could just take no action as another option.
Okay. Well, I asked that this come forward, Mayor Ward, and I'll just say this. My sense from our restaurant community is that they very much support this. That frankly, this allowance was what got them through the pandemic. I know that we're coming out of it, but I think we want them firing on all cylinders. They have a lot of ground to make up, and I think this is a relatively low risk way to increase their revenue stream. I do share the concerns. I think those are valid concerns, but for quite a while, we were just allowing this, right? You couldn't go into any restaurants or even outdoor dining. I never remember hearing about a single incident. Maybe there were, I never heard about them. So I would advocate that we support this with the letter that's in the staff report.
So is that a motion to
Yeah,
support?
I will. Okay, I'll make a motion.
So before you make your motion,
let's see. Okay,
Chris, I have a question for you, actually.
Okay.
So you said the restaurant community. How many restaurants have you spoken with? Who's pushing this? Not pushing it, but who's in favor of this?
Fair question. I don't think I want to go down individual lists, but
I'm not asking who, but I mean, how many?
Yeah. Okay.
type?
Well, yeah. To be fair, I really went to the Downtown Business Association where I am the council representative, and that was I relied on them to sort of do the reach out and report back to me. So I didn't do the individual reach outs with all of the restaurants, but that was the clear sense I got from the Downtown Business Association was that they supported this. The restaurateurs at least.
Right.
So, I had a lot of the concerns, Gene, and every single one of them got answered when I read what was in there. I was like, if someone cracks, it's supposed to be sealed. If someone cracks that seal and they're in a car, that's an open container.
Yeah.
Which I hope would be, I would expect to be,
I read it as well. I'm concerned about the difficulty in enforcement once you are allowing to go. That's where my concern is. I got to tell you, I mean, at the height of COVID, I ordered some to-go drinks, and they were pretty good. I enjoyed doing that. I can, Chris, if you're telling me the DBAs behind this, I haven't, I should have ran this past the chamber, but it's more of a DBA issue than a chamber. So if you're telling me that the DBA is behind this, I will second your motion.
Okay.
Okay.
So, and to be clear for the audience, we're not approving this. This is just a support letter. And I believe it's changing the alcohol license to be able to do this. One thing that was interesting, Gene, is it says restaurants during the pandemic were giving out to go entire bottles of wine. That is not allowed in this. It's single serve only and they have to be sealed. That's for, and no beer is involved in this. So that, I do understand the enforcement, but let's just see if it gets passed first. I mean, it's going to have to be enforced. This is supposed to be consumed at home and not, it's not it for public, and it says that in this. So I guess if, let me ask the city attorney, if this was to become law, but the cities had discretion to allow it, would that even be possible if the state approved this change to the alcohol ABC license?
Thanks, Mayor Council. The state would have to leave that local prerogative in it for you to exercise.
So if we adopted it, but there were problems right away, we could repeal it.
If unless the state does one rule for everybody, for better or for worse, yes. So the current rules allow you some latitude there in issuing local permits for off sale. So presumably they would, I don't know whether the legislature will leave you room to regulate in this.
Madam Mayor, my thinking on this, having listened to all the comments, is that while the DBA may be in favor of it, and I guess anything that they could do to increase sales and make money, they would be supportive of. I think we need to look to the larger community. And I'm still concerned that just stepping in the direction of having more alcohol off premise is long range problematic. And I don't think we need to, this is a state bill. It's going to go through the legislature one way or the other. I just don't think we should, if we should do anything, we should just take no position on it, but I can't support opposing or supporting the bill.
Okay. So Councilmember Duncan, you made a motion.
Yeah, motion to support SB 389, and if we support, authorize the mayor to execute a letter in support, and that's provided in attachment 1 to the administrative report dated May 18th, 2021.
Okay.
Second.
So we will have a vote on that. Second by Mayor Pro Tem James.
Councilmember Duncan,
Aye.
Councilmember Ferguson,
No.
Councilmember Noblock,
No.
Mayor Pro Tem James,
Aye.
Mayor Ward.
Nay.
Okay, motion fails 2-3.
You convinced me.
You know, it was in there, but as Councilmember Noblock said, it will go through the state legislature, whether we send what we do or not. So I would rather wait to see.
Sure.
Thank you.
The next item is report from the Community Development Director concerning the draft housing element and safety element updates, and I do have a few speaker cards. The first is Judy Jones.
Good evening, Mayor and council members. I'm Judy Jones, a 25-year resident of San Clemente, and a member of the League of Women Voters of the Orange Coast. So I'm here to read a letter that represents these 16 cities and quite a number of members living in San Clemente. The Orange County League of Women Voters supports action at all levels of government to increase the supply of safe, decent, adequate, and affordable housing for all Californians. In support of this position, we ask the San Clemente City Council to, bullet point, adopt a realistic site inventory, an equitable number of sites identified that are feasible and available for lower income development. Bullet point, proactively work with a nonprofit affordable housing developer to develop the Camino de los Mares district, combining several sites could yield a possible 91 affordable housing units. Bullet point, based on current and future needs, begin rezoning for housing sites immediately. Bullet point, rezone the following parcels of land for lower income affordable housing. Sub-bullet point, parcels 688-011-01 and 688-011-02, two parcels on Evanito Pico owned by ECS should be zoned high density residential Talega, actually for low, very low affordable housing. And another sub-bullet point, Avenida Presidio, the old city hall site. The city should donate this site and dedicate in lieu funds for building affordable housing here. The site is very favorable for success. Bullet point, create a new SB2 zoning zone by combining parcels 688-01-02 on Avenida Pico, currently owned by ECS. The existing SB2 zone is not feasible. Bullet point, ADUs are, if ADUs are included in the housing element, there must be a program to monitor affordability for lower income residents. Bullet point, the inclusionary policy for new development must require 15% be affordable, 7.5% low, and 7.5% very low, and an in lieu fee of $10,000 minimum per unit paid by the developer if the 15% is not met. Bullet point, support the San Clemente Homeless Committee in finding and implementing effective solutions to homelessness, including the conversion of existing motels to affordable housing utilizing California State Project Home Key funding. Signed sincerely, Chris Collins and Diane Need, co-chairs of the League of Women Voters Orange Coast Housing Homelessness Advocacy Team. And thank you. And I'm very happy to have come to this meeting tonight because I'm looking forward to when you all jump off the pier.
The next speaker is Bill Krutinger.
I'm glad she didn't say with cement boots on when we jump.
Footwear optional, but the affordable housing subject is one that's personal to me. I benefited from it when I needed it several years ago, and there's a serious shortage of it. The policies the city needs to adopt need to go a great deal farther than the city's policies have gone in the past. We really have a unique opportunity right now where property values are shooting, sky high. It creates an opportunity for developers to build these units profitably, and also makes the need for affordable housing that much more acute. So as you move forward with your housing element, I hope you'll keep those things in mind, in addition to some troubling math that around half of San Clemente residents between 25 and 55, and the later 2/3 of that are people's peak earning years. More than half of those people are renting, and that prevents them from laying down the deep roots that people need. And that wouldn't be a real scary number, except that a disproportionately high number of those people are overburdened on their housing costs. More than 30%, and many more than 25%, more than 27% are spending more than 50% of their household income on housing. That locks these families out of the economy. These people aren't shopping on Del Mar. They're not enjoying our restaurants. And good affordable housing policy can really create a lot of opportunity for local businesses by letting those people participate in our local economy. So I hope you'll keep those things in mind and work with the community organizations that are here. They've done their homework and they're happy to meet with you. I know some of you already have met with them. Thank you.
Donovan Dream.
This is a call to action for City Council to take action and give direction to city leadership, staff, and the Planning Commission on the housing element for the sixth cycle in San Clemente. Prioritize getting access to funding for affordable housing, both state and federal. Apply for available federal and state funding to provide emergency shelter and motels or other transitional housing opportunities for San Clemente's homeless residents. Partner with nonprofit builders and service providers to apply for newly available federal and state funding to convert motels, hotels, and office buildings into affordable housing. This includes professional case management and supportive services from day one to achieve long-term meaningful success in transitioning persons from living on the street and public spaces into stable housing. The city's homeless subcommittee has been hampered and restrained in implementing plans and solutions for addressing problems related to homelessness. The homeless subcommittee needs support and commitment from City Council. The city should open safe parking areas for overnight sleeping with restrooms and hygiene facilities for those living in their cars. The city must identify a new proper SB2 zone where an emergency shelter can actually open in San Clemente. This is required by law. The city should create a new SB2 zone, the 2 parcels of land on Avenue Pico, owned by the ESC, whose owner has expressed an interest in providing emergency shelter and affordable housing at that site. Another opportunity is 100 Avenida Presidio, the old city hall. Donate or lease the site and dedicate in lieu fees for building affordable housing here. This property is very favorable for success as it is near public transport, jobs, education, and city resources. The housing element's description of homeless resources is not an accurate picture of what San Clemente provides for its homeless residents. Homelessness remains a challenge for San Clemente, requiring better solutions, a strategy, and greater accountability. The city's management of its homeless residents has been unstable and mostly ineffective. We have witnessed several tragic occurrences, 2 deaths, and ongoing encampment incidences in San Clemente, resulting from lack of services and programs in our city. The city must provide increased proper resources and better accountability as to the effectiveness of its services and programs.
Is that the end of the public comments? Okay. So we have staff here, and I understand this is an update on our housing element progress.
Good evening, Mayor and Council members. Jennifer Savage with the City of San Clemente. We also have 2 of our consultants from Veronica Tam and Associates in the meeting, Veronica and Jamie, as well as our Community Development Director, should we have any questions. This evening, you have a staff report which gives you a summary of the purpose of the meeting and some key components of the draft housing element and safety element. The purpose of this evening's meeting is to obtain initial feedback from the City Council and the public on the drafts. The consultant will provide additional detail on each of these items, but I do want to point out a few key components. The first is the housing site strategy, and the second is the housing programs. These can be tailored to meet San Clemente's needs. And so they're really the key component of the housing element that allow us to tailor our needs within these programs. So on the housing site strategy, we are proposing a strategy to plan for San Clemente's 982 allocated housing units, utilizing accessory dwelling units, existing sites.
Jennifer, I think we might have a comment before you move on. Their microphones are a little quiet, so it's hard for us to hear.
Very difficult to hear, understand what she's saying with the microphone.
Okay, Jennifer, I think it's too close to your mouth, the microphone. Yeah, we're just.
Test.
Yeah, I don't think you need to speak very loudly with that headset, right? Yeah, if you could pull it away a little bit more.
I will allow the consultant to present, and I will correct my microphone volume.
That sounds much better. Normally it works great. You know, I'm always jealous that you have that headset on because it works so well, but tonight it is not. Okay. So who's going to talk to the key points to this? Veronica, you're on mute.
I forgot to unmute myself. This is Veronica. I'll do the presentation, and Jennifer, are you going to pull up the PowerPoint? Good evening. Glad to present to you the draft housing element, and this is certainly at the point that we're just getting city council and public comments on the housing element so we can refine it and before we send it off to the state. So I just want to give you an overview of what is the housing element, what are the requirements, and what are the key components and the process that we're taking in updating the housing element. Next slide. Well, actually, we've gone through the agenda, so next slide. So the housing element is part of your general plan. It's one of the required elements of the general plan. What we have to do within the housing element is certainly to look at the needs in your community and what are the best way to address your needs, not only of your current residents, but also future residents that may come to the city of San Clemente. It also, the housing element sets policies, objectives and goals regarding housing, not only production, but also housing conditions of the community. And what sets the housing element apart from the rest of the general plan is that it's the only element of the general plan that needs to be updated on a fairly frequent kind of schedule every 8 years or so. And it has a statutory deadline for updating the housing element. No other elements of the general plan are subject to that kind of statutory deadline. With Orange County in the Southern California region, our deadline is October 15, 2021. What also sets the housing element apart from the rest of the general plan is that it has to be reviewed by a state agency for compliance with state law. And the agency responsible for that is the State Department of Housing and Community Development. We are updating the housing element for the 6th cycle from 2021 to 2029. That's the planning period that we will be dealing with in the next 8 years. Next slide. So the housing element has some really, the housing element probably is the most legally regulated element of the entire general plan. It has some key things that we must address in the housing element. Assessment of their current and future housing needs, accommodating housing demand, projected housing demand as mandated by the regional housing needs allocation process. And with that, you must demonstrate that you have adequate residential capacity to meet your projected need. We'll go into that a little in detail a little later. We also need to look at opportunities and constraints as it relate to housing production, housing improvement, and also housing preservation. Housing production, what we have to do also, in addition to all that, you have to set your goals, policies, and then a plan of action relating to housing, housing production, preservation of housing, facilitating affordable housing development for all income groups, or housing for all income groups for all types of housing, promoting fair housing for all, and also improving the existing housing conditions. There are also quantified objectives that you need to adopt as part of the housing element, that those are your, how you can measure your success against relating to construction, rehabilitation, and also preservation. So these are the key components of the housing element. Next slide. When you have a housing element, an element that is so legally kind of prescribed as to what constitute the requirements of the housing element, and a state agency responsible for reviewing it for compliance with state law, there are consequences for not complying with state law. Specifically, the housing element is an integral component of your general plan. If your housing element is out of compliance, it actually kind of renders your general plan out of compliance as well. In the event of a lawsuit, and unfortunately I have to say the housing element is also probably the most frequently litigated element of the general plan. In the event of a lawsuit, you have that presumption of validity. If a state agency, HCD, has already deemed your housing element to be complying with state law, in the event of a lawsuit, it would be, the burden of proof would be on the litigant, and otherwise it would be fairly difficult for the city to defend itself when a state agency has already indicated that the city's housing element is not complying with state law. The other benefit or reasons for having a finding of substantial compliance of the housing element is eligibility of funding. You would be able to apply for SB2 and LEAP grants, housing grants that are being overseen by the State Department of Housing and Community Development. Without that status, you would not be able to either apply for certain funding, or you would not be able to be competitive in some of your funding applications. There are also certain penalties. Specifically, the state changed the state law that the state HCD has the ability to recommend a city to the state attorney general for legal action due to the long continued inaction in terms of the housing element. Certainly that has happened to the city of Huntington Beach a couple of years ago, and they just resolved, I think, to settle the lawsuit last year. There's been other lawsuits against city of Pleasanton, for example. And if we miss the deadline for the housing element, October 15, 2021, we will be doing a 4-year housing element. And so that the goal of this is to definitely meet the timeline for adoption of October 15, 2021. Next slide. So this particular housing element, you recently just completed your housing element in 2017. You were subject to a 4-year housing element due to some issues relating to the SB2 compliance and also timing of the housing element. So we recently just completed the housing element in 2017. So this one, the major changes, structurally, the housing element is not very different from your current housing element, but the major changes was to comprehensively update the demographic and housing data. We also changed the discussions to reflect new state law. There've been a lot of new state laws between 2017 and 2020. There's been a lot of new state law passed by the state. So this housing element also reflects the things that we need to change in order to meet state law. One being that there's been significant changes regarding the regional housing needs allocation and how you accommodate that with sites, what constitutes a site, and also the requirement to monitor the actual consumption of your sites of building housing on your sites. There's been also ADUs, a lot of laws relating to ADUs and the requirements as they relate to housing for special needs population. So the housing element is updated to include these new programs. One, definitely the most important one, and is the need to rezone additional properties for your regional housing needs allocation. We don't have adequate sites without the rezoning. So staff had gone through the process of identifying candidate sites. And these are, I have to emphasize, these are candidate sites at this time for potential rezoning as part after the housing element. We have also included programs to facilitate ADUs and also zoning provisions that the city will be amending in order to facilitate special needs housing. And last but not least, the affirmatively furthering fair housing. You see that there is a placeholder in the affirmative fair housing analysis, and that's because the guidelines to come up with how to do the affirmatively furthering fair housing was only released by the state on April 27th. And so the state HCD has indicated cities can trail the AFFH affirmatively furthering fair housing analysis after the submittal of the housing element. So we also, as part of the update, we adjusted the level of commitments as they associated to each programs based on past performance. We want to make sure that the level of commitments and quantified objectives are reflective of what the city is able to do based on trends, based on resources available. Next slide. So now we go a little bit more into the regional housing needs allocation. It's a process mandated by the state. It starts with the state HCD, looking at how much growth is needed for the entire state for the next 8-10 years or so. That number is 3.5 million new units that the state projected. With the Southern California Association of Government, SCAG region being the largest region in the state, we got the lion's share of that number, and Orange County get an allocation of 183,000 units and change, and then each jurisdiction gets an allocation. And San Clemente get 982, which is actually smaller than a lot of your neighbors. The regional housing needs allocation is divided into income groups, very low, low, moderate, and above moderate income. And what we have to do is make sure that your land use policies, your zoning development standards are feasible for facilitating that type of housing. It doesn't necessarily mean that housing you develop will have to be in that income level, but your planning and your land use policy would need to be considered to be feasible for facilitating those type of housing. Next slide. So in trying to come up with your regional housing needs allocation, how do we accommodate that? We look at your ADUs. Based on trends, we think that you can do about 20 units a year for about 160 units over the 8 years. You're allowed to project it based on trend and based on an income distribution study, affordability level study done by SCAG that's been pre-approved by the state. We're able to make these type of allocations regarding the affordability level. And still we with just 160 units of ADU, we need to identify what is available right now in terms of vacant and underutilized sites that still considered to be available today, which only accommodate about 320 units, so definitely not enough. So the staff has identified a number of candidate sites for rezoning. We've been presenting that list of candidate sites at different meetings now. With the rezoning, if all of those happen, then we have certainly more than we would need for the RENA. But again, the sites that we're talking about, we're calling them candidate sites because you have 3 years to complete the rezoning of those sites. And as you do that, you may decide some sites may drop off, some sites may be added. You still have the opportunity to make adjustment to those candidate sites. However, in order for the state to be able to conclude that the city have potentially adequate sites, they need to look at the candidate sites as part of the housing element.
Veronica.
Next slide. Yes.
So just quick test, is my sound okay?
Yeah, I can hear you pretty well, and even before.
Okay. So council, let me know if it's not corrected, and I will adjust it. Apologize for the error earlier. Veronica, I will go ahead and just quickly wrap up a quick summary.
Okay.
Mayor and council members, the consultants do have additional slides if you want to display what the draft programs are. However, I do want to just point out that we do have draft housing programs as well as a draft list of sites for your consideration and feedback, and that the Planning Commission suggested 2 additional programs. Those are not in your draft housing element, but they are noted in the staff report. Staff will continue to collect comments, including public comments, through the end of May 31st. And this concludes staff presentation, and we are available for any questions.
All right, Jennifer, I appreciate you wrapping that up. I just have a quick comment and a question. I do understand that there is one new program that's being introduced or thought of, and that is to allow 20% affordable housing if a developer so chooses, to allow them to do that housing or that project by right. And I had concerns with that, mainly had to do with design guidelines and requirements for parking. But then I turned the page and I noticed that the Planning Commission feedback was on that, was to establish objective design standards to preserve the city's architectural aesthetics and to evaluate another way of doing multifamily parking, to consider maybe tandem spaces. So is that true for that part of the 20% affordable? If a developer chooses, would they still be subject to design guidelines and parking requirements?
Thank you. So certainly there are a number of state regulations that allow parking reductions, reductions lower than the city's requirements. And we can't circumvent those. To be clear, the Planning Commission's recommendation was to actually take a look at our existing parking regulations and trying to make them more lenient for multifamily development. Oftentimes, guest parking spaces render a development infeasible. So that's one example. And then in terms of the design standards, that 20% rule, design standards can still be applied to a project, but they have to be objective. They can't be subjective. An example of subjective is it's compatible with the neighborhood. There's no clear-cut answer there, and so they have to be objective design standards.
And Mayor Ward, if I could just clarify one thing based on what Jennifer just said, Cecilia Gallardo-Daly, Community Development Director. One of the things that we would like to do is codify our development, or I'm sorry, our design guidelines. So to the extent that we have some design guidelines that we can put into the code and that can be part of that objective checklist, we think it would yield a better development for the city, so that those design guidelines just aren't used with discretionary applications, but are applied to ministerial applications as well.
So I appreciate that. That's kind of what I've got from the report, and that was my concerns.
Madam Mayor,
yes.
I tried to follow what Cecilia was saying. Can you dumb it down a little bit?
Cecilia, did you hear that?
No, I did not hear, James.
Say that again.
So can you say what you said just a moment ago?
Layman's terms.
In layman's terms, because, you know, Mayor Ward has the advantage of having sat on the Planning Commission. I don't have that advantage. So if you can dumb it down a little bit for me.
Yes. So they're, based on the need to accommodate more housing and more affordable housing in the city, we may have to look at allowing more development without a discretionary permit, more residential development. And the concern is that if we allow more residential development with just a building permit, what are the aesthetics? What is that going to look like? The city has placed a lot of value on high quality design standards, and the concern is that could potentially get lost with multifamily residential developments just having to obtain a building permit. So to try and address that, one of the things that we have talked about as staff, and certainly the Planning Commission picked up on it, and it's something that we have in our work program, is to look at our design guidelines and to the extent that we can put those guidelines in the code so that we can create some objective designs standards that we can apply to development projects. Maybe it has to do with windows or building wall planes or landscaping or colors or materials, but it's an objective checklist, and it's not something that would require any discretion on the part of staff. It would just be some specific requirements.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, so I think the report was very good, and it did explain what we're counting and how we're counting it. State law is allowing 20%. But I do appreciate the Planning Commission's comments. I think they were very good and probably reflect what I would want to see. I think affordable housing, I understand that means it's higher density. And they get if they do affordable, they get some density bonus out of that. I do understand that in the zoning. But the design guidelines or a nice place to live should not suffer. And the neighborhood shouldn't suffer. So I do appreciate those comments. That's all I saw of this, of how we're counting. And I didn't actually see any inventory of campaign sites. I think I heard tonight that those are going to be presented in the future, but I did not see them in the staff report, if they are there.
Could Jennifer put the slides back up and go back to the RENA numbers? It was Newport, San Juan, and us.
But also, could you answer my question first? Is there
Oh,
an
I'm sorry.
inventory of
The actual
candidate
sites, is that what you're saying?
Yeah, I
Like a
didn't think
map
it's
with
in
the
there.
actual sites?
Yeah.
I think it's on page.
Correct. If you, on page, let's see, table 4-5 of the draft housing element is the table for candidate sites for rezoning. And it's page HE-86.
Thank you. And then, oh, good, you put that back up for Mayor Pro Tem. I see number 6.
Actually, go back to where, there we go, that one. I really thought we got hit hard. I'm looking at Newport Beach. I'm looking at Laguna Niguel, San Juan. Jennifer, is there some sort of formula, or are these numbers just someone pulls out of the air?
There is a formula.
And do we know what that formula is?
We do. SCAG provides a workbook, or rather an Excel spreadsheet that functions as a calculator. And that calculator breaks down the components that go into that number. A couple include existing housing need, projected housing need, the number of housing units attributed to a job-rich area or a transit-rich area.
So that's probably why Newport is so much more. But again, and I would ask this of our consultants, are these RENA numbers, are they not being challenged at the state level? I understand we have to go through our housing element and do this, but eventually there is some challenges to the numbers, is there not?
Not anymore. The RENA numbers most likely, well, it's not going to change. Once the state, the challenges at the local level is done. It's been completed, and the RENA is finalized on, I think, March 5th. And the state doesn't change the number, and there's no, as far as I know, there's no avenue for challenging anymore. There's been talked about changing the RENA process, and that may change what's going to happen in the next cycle. I don't think it's going to change what's going to happen, what's happening right now.
Okay. So our number, barring any change in laws or anything, this is our number until 2029.
Right. I apologize. Like, it's hard for me to hear for some reason now. Some of the council members, I'm having difficulty hearing. It was fine before, but now I have a difficulty hearing.
I have a point of order. I'm listening to some audio. Maybe it's somebody that's online. I'm listening to audio. Everyone needs to mute. Thank you. It's very loud in our room.
Okay.
Okay. So it is a good point, ours, I think we found that out, and now you understand why Newport Beach is, is trying to get something going in the state. So, Ms. Tam has helped us through our housing elements in the past and been our consultant for many years. And I think that her and staff have done a good job of trying to allocate sites for how we can do this and how our ADUs can be counted. And that's important in our housing element, is to show the state that we have possible numbers. And that's all the comments I have.
I just quick
ahead.
comment, Madam Mayor. I just was wondering, Jennifer, the ease with which someone can be added to the list of the residential site inventory. My gut feeling is that with these density bonuses, we're gonna get some people that in the Molina district or other areas that say, this could be a profitable venture with the number of units we're allowed to build. So how easy it is, I guess it would be a simple matter, right, to simply get the zoning change and be added to the housing element, amend the housing element to include new properties if someone were to, who wasn't on a candidate list, would just come to the city and say, I'd like to be included in this program.
Yes, relatively. There's two considerations though. We are planning to release a draft environmental review document next month in June. And so if a property owner wanted to be incorporated into the housing element itself as a candidate site for rezoning, we would need to know sooner rather than later so that we could incorporate them into the environmental review document. However, once the housing element is approved and we actually start the process to rezone, there is another opportunity to take a look at additional sites in the future.
Thank you.
But the city would have to approve those. Okay.
A quick comment. Oh, sorry. No, go ahead, Laura. Yeah, go ahead.
Yours is quick. I have a few questions, so please, if you just have one, please go ahead.
Sure. Okay. I just wanted to follow up. One point was on the 20% by right. The key part for me was including existing properties. I felt for a while we're not getting our fair shot because we have existing very low income properties that are not included or credited towards our RENA numbers. So I would be interested in it, assuming we can have the design standards piece part, set in, that we pursue that so that we can get credit for the existing units we have. The other thing I just drive home this point, and I guess it's a question maybe for Veronica or maybe for Jennifer, but just to make the point, none of this requires actual building of any housing at all, right?
Correct.
Okay. Yeah, because there's just this concern that within 3 years, massive affordable housing structures are mandated to be built. That's not true, right? Okay. Yeah, I'm seeing no. So this is just taking steps so that our housing element gets approved. We don't get dinged with those penalties, so that, but by giving the opportunity out there, potentially sometime in the future, if it makes sense for some private developer and the property owner to develop something potentially.
It could be done.
Yeah, and that's what I'm gambling. I really think that when the development community starts realizing the bonus incentives and doing the math on some of these projects, I mean, we're landlocked, so we have a problem. But
right.
Ultimately, I think this is going to.
Well, there may be, but I guess my point is, it's not going to happen tomorrow. It's not going to happen next year. This is down the road. What we're doing now is just trying to comply with the state law so we can get our housing element approved, not get into the trouble we've gotten into before, by giving that good faith effort to identify potential locations. That's it. Then market forces will take over. Okay, sorry, Councilmember Ferguson, please go ahead.
Thanks, Councilmember Duncan. On your note, I think it would be very beneficial if the city had its videographer do a video, couple minutes to educate the community on what affordable housing is. We received hundreds of emails at the time the survey went out. And the survey resulted in looks like about 1% of the population responded, a little over 600. But people were not really aware what affordable housing is. It seems to be a misnomer to folks. They thought that it would bring blight and vagrancy and devalue properties and so forth. So I think it'd be really helpful, and also thought that we were going to build all these sites, as you just noted, Councilmember Duncan, and actually we just have to zone for it, and we don't necessarily build it. And so therefore, I'd like to suggest that that staff put that together, and just what the housing element is, just a simple 1, 2, 3 for people so they understand, because there seems to be a lot of misinformation about what it is. I live not too far from about a 200 unit affordable housing development, and none of that is true. So I live it, and I'm a testament to the fact that I don't have any of that where I live. Thank you. I'd like to suggest that. And then for staff, I'm not sure who, but I wanted to note the Veracruz site in the survey questions and results. I thought the Veracruz site on page 9C129 was no longer. I thought it was excluded. Could you verify that, please?
That is correct. It was included on the survey by error, but it's no longer in the candidate site list in
Okay,
table
perfect.
4.5.
Okay, thank you very much, Jennifer. And then also we can go to page 3, first paragraph, housing site strategy. It just talks what we just were talking about, how cities are required to plan for housing, but are not, I just wanted to change, are not in a position to build housing units, but are not required to build housing units. That would be probably most accurate and clear for people. And then I also wanted to ask staff if you could elaborate a little bit on the city's increased efforts pertaining to ADUs proposed as a part of a revised program, include accepting pre-approved plans and implementing a one-stop shop for accessory dwelling units. Could you expand a little bit about that? I'm very interested.
Yes, absolutely. So taking council comments in the past, we looked at our ADU program, and to rely more on ADUs as housing units, the city does have to identify how it would meet the goal of relying more on ADUs than has historically been shown in the city. Over the past few years, there's been an average of 15 ADUs built per year. And so in order to increase that to what we've proposed in the housing element to 20 ADUs per year, we would implement a one-stop shop to streamline or expedite the review of building permits for ADUs, as well as work with a county or a regional effort to use pre-approved plans, if you will. That's something that we do have to explore further with our staff. There may be some issues with pre-approved plans, just given the complexity and the uniqueness of San Clemente, but those efforts would allow us to assume 20 ADUs per year as opposed to 15 that we've seen on average.
Okay, I think that would be good. And just as an example, I work for the city of Encinitas, and they have a very successful permit-ready accessory dwelling unit program. They've added a little over 400 in 10 years, but that program's only about 3 years old, and it's really working. And people can go right in, and the architectural plans, multiple ones they can choose from, and they're permit ready to go. So just an idea, if you hadn't known that, to take a look at theirs. As a suggestion. And then lastly, if I may, has staff already sent the 100 Avenida Presidio property for the Surplus Lands Act to the HCD for listing on their website?
Yes, and our economic development officer is on the phone and can correct me that we did begin that process.
Okay, so that's okay, because I did check a few days after the meeting, but I didn't see that on that active notice of availability for the Surplus Lands Act yet. So I just wanted to verify that. Could staff get back to council and let us know? Okay, that would be wonderful. Well, great job on this. Very, very good. Thank you.
Okay, so I want to wrap up for the interest of time. It's 10:25 and I'm not going to be inclined to go past 11 tonight. Is it 11:25?
It's 11.
Oh, so we need to wrap this up because I'm not going to be able to stay much longer. So Jennifer, please, you've heard the comments of the city council. There isn't anything for us to vote on at this time. This was just to provide feedback. Is that correct?
Correct. And if anyone has any additional comments, we are collecting them until the end of May.
Okay.
Mayor Ward, if I may, I wanted to see if council supported having our videographer who's on staff do a video, just so we can do some education on this.
I think if you would like to talk to staff about that, or we could have staff consider doing it. I have an issue. I started thinking about how that would be done. I don't think that we should go to the affordable housing that's within our city and take videos of that housing and identify where they are.
Right.
Wrong. So I can't come up with any other way that we could do a video on that. But please speak to the city manager about it.
Yeah,
But
perfect.
we should take it up tonight.
But okay, as long as council's supportive of that. Some of the slides tonight were excellent. We could use those as well.
I don't know that the council is supportive of it tonight, so I think you should flesh that out with staff more. That's not something that comes to the city council for us to do. If staff.
Well, I don't direct staff, Kathy, so it's something I'd have to recommend to either be on an agenda and get a second for, or if staff wants to do it, the city manager can direct that.
I'm not seeing anyone for that at this time to take it up. This is tonight to only comment to our staff of the update to the housing element, and we need to wrap this up. So there's no.
The city manager can choose to do it if he wants then. Okay.
Okay. So thank you to staff for this update and for the public to have it. And I look forward to hearing more. Thank you.
Mayor, I just really quick, I did get the answer from our economic development officer. The Presidio site was sent to the state on May 12th.
Oh, perfect. Thank you. Thank you, Eric.
You know, that was just voted on at our last council meeting, and it takes a while for the state to update.
May 4th, right?
Our last council meeting, it was approved.
Right, May 4th.
All right. So Madam Clerk, what is our next item?
Well, before we go to the next item, it is 11 p.m. So per council
I make a
policy.
motion
To what?
to go to 11:20.
I'm not going to second that. I have a headache.
The other
We just
part
have
of
one-
it
we just have
is
one more-
that at
one
11
more
p.m.
item.
council
I
needs
think
to
that-
determine
Hopefully
which of the remaining agenda items can be considered and acted upon at this meeting, and will continue all other agenda items to a future meeting.
All that's left is item E. I propose it goes to the next city council meeting.
I second that.
Too much time on other things tonight.
There's one item, Mayor Ward, that I would like to introduce because I think it's time critical
Okay.
for the next meeting.
Can you just, that has to be in council comments? Yeah. Okay, so, all right, so I'll make a motion that item E goes to the next city council meeting of June 1st.
I think you mean D.
Did I say? Oh, yes,
Possibility.
I'm sorry, D.
D, okay.
We went out of order so many times tonight. Okay, I'm sorry.
Second.
So there's a motion and a second.
The Councilmember Duncan,
Aye.
Councilmember Ferguson,
Aye.
Member Noblock,
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem James.
Aye.
And Mayor Ward.
Aye.
Carries 5-0. Oral Communications Part 2. We do have 2 speaker cards.
Okay.
You know, and actually, we had 1 speaker card on 9D. Did you want to hear that or continue that?
Well, we continued it, so
I'd like to continue it just so that it's for the public, it's on the same item that we're hearing at the time.
is the person present?
Bill Kruger?
Okay,
Thank you.
I appreciate it.
Okay, oral communications, again, Bill Kruger.
Mayor Ward, council, on Councilman Noblock's resolution, just briefly, I think it is, I agree that people should not have to pay the city's costs for appeals. I think that's improper. I do think there's room for a reasonable rule where that a little nuance can be added to that so that it's not abused, because that is a risk to the city. I hear those concerns also. And I just wanted to kind of follow up on the comment I made earlier about previous meetings, I think 8A, the lawsuit matter. For the council members who are recusing rather than just abstaining, I'm very interested in why that's appropriate when, I mean, I don't understand, and I'm not a lawyer. I mean, there could be perfectly good reasons that a person who's a witness to something or, shouldn't vote on it, but I don't understand why a person couldn't just abstain. And for it to be seen as a potential gift of public funds, I don't know how anybody is supposed to believe or understand that without first hearing about the matter in a public meeting. I can't imagine how that's a reasonable statement. It seems actually almost defamatory in nature. And that's all I have to say about that. I think a lot of people want to hear more about that subject.
I'm happy to respond to your question. There is another reason, and I'll have to be very brief on this because I may be called as a potential witness. I actually held the event for someone who was moving out of town at the Red Fox. So, and this is relating to that. So
We don't answer.
I can clarify because he's looking for an answer, but that's another reason. So that I am
You're out of order.
more than likely potentially going to be called as a witness.
Thank you very much. You're out of order.
You're welcome.
Okay, the next comment is from Tony Rubolino.
Hey, Council, at the turn of the year, there was a lot of talk about censoring, and I believe the censor related to criticism of public employees and whatnot and some other things. But anyways, that's another issue, but I'm here to tee you up for the next censoring. This council member, sitting council member, circulated a bogus article about a council candidate during her campaign. And the OC Weekly article that we're all very familiar with, turns out that Kathy Ward was the source in a social media post by former Mayor Dan Bain. He stated, Liam Bloom told me his source, Kathy Ward, told him not to contact me ahead of posting because I would claim it was lies and libelous. She was right, it was lies and libelous, which is why it was immediately taken down and why Liam provided me with a letter of unconditional apology. We know that that article was retracted, there were apologies written, and who knows what happened to that poor journalist's future because he felt that he could trust a seated politician. Number two, there was a bogus police report that Kathy filed against me, and she cited a physical reaction in my presence. I don't believe there was any evidence to back that up, and I would imagine the DA, when they saw that come across their desk, they probably laughed as they threw it in the trash. And number three, this is probably the most egregious component. In March 2019, Kathy had emailed the John and Ken show from her private email, the W one, at about 1 a.m. in the morning to the John and Ken producer. And they read her So there you go. Kathy's letter was read aloud that the sheriffs wussed out on us, that Chief Hart and our OCSD officers are basically wussing out on enforcement, that they are wussies. We can extrapolate that. And we're all adults. We understand that the W could be replaced with the letter P, and that's probably how Kathy really feels about the situation. Now, censoring might be a bit more extreme, and that's okay. And, we know the council member who took a knee during a BLM protest probably maybe in alignment with this, I don't know. But there are three of you who could at least state your case and distance yourself from Kathy's attack on our OCSD in the public forum. And Chief Hart and our OCSD, they basically have a dark cloud operating over them. And that's happened yesterday, today, and probably go on tomorrow until Kathy goes ahead and makes a formal apology. You can at least state that your support of our OCSD officers and distance yourself from Kathy. Thank you.
Madam Clerk, is that the end of our public comments?
Yes.
All right, next item.
Next item is city manager reports.
Nothing to report on. Thank you.
City attorney,
Nothing tonight, thank you.
council members.
Yeah,
Councilmember
the one point I'd like to make is we've been requested to support Congressman Levin's bill that he authored called the American Coasts and Oceans Protection Act. I wanted to make sure we got this in today because he's going to be at our next meeting, and I think we should support that bill. It protects our coasts from drilling and a possible spill, and I think that really pertains centrally in my mind to our local businesses, which really relies so much on having our clean coasts. And if we did have some kind of drilling spill, it could be absolutely devastating for our local economy. So I think we should support that bill, and I'd encourage us to come back with a support letter by our next meeting so that when Representative Levin is here, we will have that letter ready to go.
I'll second that.
Okay, and Madam Clerk, you have such a good memory. Didn't the city council take a position in years past against offshore drilling? Or is that in our general plan? I believe that the city has a
I think
position on
council
that.
did.
When that comes back, can that be part of our report? The city's prior position on that? Okay, thank you.
And Mayor Ward, if I may, we got a call from a resident today. She had indicated she called.
Laura, can you just
Hello?
take a vote first? Can you just wait one moment?
Oh, you bet. I'm sorry.
So there's a motion by Councilmember Duncan and a second by Councilmember Ferguson.
Councilmember Duncan,
Aye.
Councilmember Ferguson,
Aye.
Councilmember Noblock.
I need to understand the motion. This is a request to agendize.
Just to bring back a consideration and a possible letter. And I asked the city clerk
agendize it for
just to agendize it. Yes.
Right.
Okay, not to support. We're not
No,
voting to support,
it's just to agendize
We
it.
have a draft letter ready to go in case we vote to support.
If two members agree, you don't need to take a vote. do you?
Yes, but I'm asking for a staff report because I
Oh, a
believe the
staff
city's
report.
taken a
So there's
position
is there a
already.
third? Is there a third?
Do the third. With my question, the city, I know the city council has taken a position on offshore drilling. So I think that should be part of the report so that we're all informed of what the city's position we've already taken.
Yeah, I would just say that regardless of whether councils in the past have taken position on offshore drilling, it would be our position as a current council to take that position.
And I understand that. I just wanted it for information
Got it.
only.
Okay, all
Yeah,
right.
it was just for information only because I know I've read it. I've read it
You know,
somewhere.
I just have a concern. We're at $5 on gasoline right now, and inflation is about ready to kick in. I'm not sure this is the time to start restricting petroleum
Well,
exploration.
There's plenty of pipelines. If we keep those, we don't need to go offshore. You know,
get
I'm not saying
I'm
I
ju-
don't
I-
disagree,
I'm-
but let's talk about that when
We
it's
can talk about it
agendized.
later.
Okay.
Okay, so Councilmember Noblock, did you?
Point of order, if three people requested it, you don't need to vote of five people. It's already on the.
Usually you do finish the vote.
Yeah.
Rather
No,
than just
I-
leaving.
It's a
it at three.
majority
I
of
mean,
council
you don't
that
have
is
to vote
asked.
for it, but
Point of order, to agendize an item with a staff report, it requires three council members, and we've got three, right?
Yeah,
So
I can do it.
Yeah,
City
it's done,
attorney, will
it's
you
done.
opine on
Yeah,
that?
I think it's good either way.
It's
If you've
good
got
either
a
way.
consensus
So
of
you're just
three,
refusing to
we note
vote.
that,
Well,
and then
I'm
it
saying
comes
we
back.
have three votes, it's done. It serves no purpose.
Madam Clerk.
okay.
So, Mr. Duncan, that is it?
Yes.
Okay. Any other comment?
I have one.
I do. Okay, go ahead. I'll wait.
Yeah, just let
Go ahead.
who's at home, we'll let her go. Go ahead, Laura.
Oh, thanks. Thanks, Catherine. Thanks, Jean. I just wanted to point out a resident called today, and I'm glad she let us know because she let us know that it was National Police Week last week, May 9 through the 15th. And it's recognized each year to inspire all citizens to value law enforcement, So I just wanted to make a note of that. And during this time of the year, Americans pause to say a collective thank you to the men and women who wear or carry the badge, and thank our deputies and police officers for the work that they do in their commitment to protect and serve. So I just wanted to share that with you, and hope that next year, if staff can make a note, that happens around this time every year, so we can do a formal proclamation like the ones earlier tonight. Thank you.
So
Go ahead,
I
Mayor
have
Pro
one
Tem.
thing, and Madam Mayor, this needs to be cleared up. I don't want a lot of drama associated with it. I just want a yes or no answer and be done with the question. I've received a lot of contacts in regards to our closed session last week being breached or violated. I don't have personal information about it, but I have people who want an answer. And so I'm going to pose the answer to Councilmember Ferguson. And that was last week during closed session, was your attorney, Brad Malamud, in your home and privy to what we were having a conversation on?
I'm prepared to be denied. I could tell you no laws were broken, but if you believe that a crime was committed, you can take that to a court of law, at which time I will respond to your questions and accusations, but no laws were broken.
There's not an accusation there. There's a question.
I've seen accusations in your emails to me and to Mr. Sund and Mr. Smith.
So was he there?
No laws were broken.
Was he privy to our closed session?
No, that would be a law broken. No laws were broken, and I've never broken any laws.
There you go. She's never broken any laws. So,
But you censured me for laws you accused me of violating, which I never did. So
a censure of the city
I
council.
hope you're not planning to do that again.
Councilmember Noblock, do you have any?
Just one item,
Yes.
Madam Mayor. I'd like to deliver to the city a plaque
Yes.
that was created by our new tree trimming company, Western Arborists. It's made of recycled wood and it has a laser imprint of our city logo. And I guess we can place that somewhere in City Hall, perhaps in the new sheriff's second floor improvements. But I just want to present that to the city. It was given to me by a representative of Western Arbors to the city. So here it is.
Great.
I don't know if you can see that on the screen.
Can you put it closer to the screen? There, it's starting to come in.
Visible? I guess
Nah.
No, it's not going to work.
This technology is just not
Okay,
what we're used to.
well,
Steve,
they
this
can
is a
come to City
reason.
Hall and see it.
This is why we need a new chambers so that we can start getting back to normal and doing things that we want to do and let the public see it. Okay, thank you very much. And I have no requests tonight. So I see we have no resolutions or ordinances. So I would like to adjourn. Madam Clerk? Okay.
In this,
Second the motion.
in memory of Bill Hart.
Yes, so I want to do that. So tonight's meeting is going to be adjourned in the memory of Bill Hart. And the adjournment is to the next in-person closed session of the City Council. At the regular City Council meeting scheduled to take place on June 1st, 2021, closed session items will be considered at 5:00 p.m. and the regular business meeting will commence at 6:00 p.m. The meeting will take place in the Community Center Auditorium located at 100 North Calle Civil, San Clemente.
And the closed session will be conducted solely in person. Is that correct?
That's what I said. Adjournment is the next in-person City Council meeting or next in-person closed session. I read that.
Okay.
Is there a second?
Second.
Second by Councilmember Noblock.
Councilmember Duncan.
Aye.
Councilmember Ferguson.
Aye.
Councilmember Noblock.
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem James.
Aye.
And Mayor Ward.
Aye.
Carries 5-0.
Okay. Thank you.